Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 5 of the National Professional Fishing League here at Lake Winnebago, and we are headed into day 2. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by bass fishing legend David Dudley and bass fishing funny man Fat Cap Newton to bring you 7 hours of live coverage of these NPFL pros chasing down their part of $425,000 in cash. Dudley, day 1. Pretty interesting out on the big pond of Lake Winnebago.
Yeah, when you got this much amount of water and a variety, we know smallmouth and largemouth live in this lake. I was curious to see which species was going to dominate. What could these anglers expose in this lake, fairly new lake, to the tournament scene? What could we expose in this lake? Bringing in this many out-of-towners, you always have the option of, could people from out of town try something on this lake that's not very well known? But yesterday, I'm going to have to say largemouth showed off a lot better than smallmouth. But here's the thing. What blew my mind is that we know there's a big population of smallmouth in it. Typically, Luke, you know as well as I do, when you have calm, slick conditions, those smallmouth go crazy. But I think a little bit with that algae bloom, it held those smallmouth off to the potential that they could do. This morning, we're already seeing a lot of fish catches right off the giddy. Largemouth seems to be dominating. I'm anxious to see how these guys are going to go into day 2, because when you have a lake this size, and a lot of these guys are fishing backwater. They're fishing backwater, but will these backwaters replenish? I'm still a guy who says, hey, the guys that can figure out the largemouth on the massive part of the lake are going to be the ones that is going to carry them 3 days forward. But the backwater largemouth areas, I'm going to say coming into day 3, they might be scratching their head a little bit.
Well, yesterday at the weigh-in with Big Al McCullough, we saw a lot of those Winnebago largemouth come across the stage. We're going to take a look back at yesterday's drive-through weigh-in right now.
Pounds, 10 ounces, gonna put you in third place. 14 pounds, 11 ounces, let's see some fish. How about this, new leader? 15 pounds, 3 ounces, Keith Carson taking the lead.
One thing that I took from the weigh-in yesterday, Dudley, weight super tight, typical northern fishery, but not a surprise. The name that we've got on top, Keith Carson, winner of stop number 2, one of our most consistent anglers all year. We said it many times yesterday. This place looks like Florida. It looks like Florida. It looks like we just kept saying it. Keith mined this place to the tune of 15 pounds, a great stringer on a very tough day 1 for a lot of our anglers. Any surprises from you that Keith's on top?
Seeing Keith at the top of the leaderboard is absolutely no surprise whatsoever. Watching him, following his career, I knew him before NPFL. He's an incredible fisherman. I actually fished on the USA Bass team with him and got to know him there. And just the way his mind thinks and his mindset. Fishing is not always about how good you can cast or physical, but he's got it up here. Like he's got it. He's got the mentality up here. He can be down with 0 fish at 3 o'clock and he's going to come back. You're not going to hold him down. So him being able to mine these, and again, Winnebago is a shallow water dream. Like if you're a shallow water fisherman, you're going to have anything and everything you want to fish. But curious about Keith is this. We talked to him a little bit. He had one little special area that he said was special. Now, can that special place hold back up? I don't know, but talking about the big move with Keith, talking about the kind of the bad situation with David, I mean, what do you think about that shakeup?
We've got some interesting scenarios playing out on day 2, no doubt about it. One thing's for sure, the big cat, Fat Cat Newton, will chase down these stories for us while you and I are still in bed most of the time in the morning before we come to studio. Fat Cat Newton caught up with day 1 leader Keith Carson this morning. Let's check in with our leader.
All right, folks, here we are, Menominee Park, man, about to launch day number 2. Keith Carson coming day number 1 with over 15 pounds and took the lead of the 5th stop of the National Professional Fishing League here at Lake Winnebago. Brother, are you going to be able to hold on to that thing? Is this thing fishing good for you? Apparently it is because you whacked them, but you have a way of just finding fish. Are you going to be able to do that again today?
Man, I really hope so. It's nice and slick this morning. I'm going to try to catch them quick. And then when the wind picks up, I'm going to move, do some smallmouth fishing, and just wing it. You know, my goal is 13 pounds, and anything above that's a bonus. So, you know, I'll just do the best I can and see where I end up at the end of the day.
Always positive energy out of this guy, and that's why he is where he is. He already got 1 win this year in the National Professional Fishing League. Looking for win number 2 at Lake Winnebago.
Keith always having a game plan right there. Something interesting, though, saying he's going to go for smallies if the wind gets up a little bit. Does that surprise you at all with Keith being the largemouth stick that he is?
You know, some of these smallmouth that we saw get caught yesterday were shallow. Come on, think about it.
That's
like,
true.
Relatively, they were shallow. We saw them catching some smallmouth around current breaks, around docks, up in the river system. So, yeah. Now, I might question it a little bit if we were at, like, Lake Erie or some of these deep water. I'd be like, maybe Keith might not be that strong. But having smallmouth in shallow cover, shallow wood, around shallow areas, yeah, I can think, you know, he's going to figure them out. He's got a bass mind, and I don't think he's prejudiced on what species it is. He's found both species. He's talked about it, so he's going to be a threat.
No doubt about it, and he's got a target weight, as he said there, in his head, that what he wants to get to remain consistent. He has been consistent all year, which has him in the mix in the Progressive AOY since the second event. A guy that has also been very consistent in that Progressive AOY was our leader coming into this event, David Gaston. Put a goose egg on the board yesterday, unfortunately. Fat Cat Newton caught up with him this morning to see how he's feeling going into day 2. Fat Cat Newton and David Gaston.
All right, folks, here we are on the water, day number 2 before launch. Got my man David Gaston, Progressive AOY points leader. Coming into this event, had some momentum built up. Yesterday, donut.
I zeroed. I mean, I ain't ashamed of it. I did. You know, you ain't got to be good to catch them, and you ain't got to be, you ain't got to be good to zero, and you ain't got to be bad to catch them. So, I don't know. I just didn't run across no fish to catch. Caught a bunch of 13-inchers. And, I mean, it really didn't get to me. I can try to catch them today. But, I mean, it hurts, but it is what it is. Can't do nothing about it. So, I've got to try to catch them today.
That kind of mentality is why he is the Progressive AOY points leader right now, because the wheels don't start spinning, keeps his mind in the game. Today, he's going to go out and get some redemption. So, y'all make sure y'all stay tuned and watch my man David Gaston go out there and cold straight whack him.
You know, Dudley, one of the things about Gaston, he's always upbeat every time you and I see him. We like to give David a hard time. He likes to give us one back and forth on live. We've been fortunate enough to cover him at every single event this year because he has been just stacking top 10s. Just became a new dad, so he's got the world in front of him. Is great right now, has a great outlook. But we've got a new top 10 in that AOY because David is sitting in last place in this tournament. We're going to take a look right now at this new Progressive, and this is, of course, unofficial, very unofficial, but Keith Carson is going to be on top right now in that. He's leading the tournament, but he's also going to be on top in that Progressive AOY. But we've got Sheldon Collings in second place in the event, Bryant Smith, Buck Mallory, James Biggs, Donnie O'Neill, Bobby Wood, Bobby Lanham, one of our favorites, Timmy Reams, Richard Cooper, and the guy that struggled yesterday with Gaston until that last hour, Nick Provanizak, who just does not go away. And the Progressive AOY pulled out almost 13 pounds yesterday, Dudley.
Yeah, when we left him, I think he had 1, but we've been around Nick enough this year. He is cool, calm. It's like you can't rattle him. And that's one of the greatest things you can have as a mindset as an angler is being able to not get rattled. Stay focused, be confident in what you're doing. Yesterday, he stayed focused, confident. We left it we got off the line at 2 o'clock, and me and you were kind of like, dang, it's going to be a mix-up in that AOI, which it was. It was a mix-up. And we were kind of a little bit ruling out Nick, and then all of a sudden, bam, Nick's back with 12 pounds. He's in the top 10. It's like no doubt. He could push this right now. Keith Carson, he's going to give Keith Carson. It's only a 2-point spread between
unofficially the way we've got it figured. Yeah, you and I both went to county school, so we're doing the math here on what the updated AOI looks like. But Keith and Nick definitely head-to-head going into day 2 in the progressive AOI. And we've got one event to go after this. Of course, this is all very unofficial. But looking at this new setup here, we got Keith Carson, Nick Provozak, Brandon Perkins, Bryant Smith, Mark Schilling, John Sokup, Joel Willert, Timmy Reams, Taylor Watkins, and Jesse Millsaps. Of course, very unofficial. David Gaston, though, when you do not put a fish on the board, you get 0 points. So this is all unofficial. David, he comes back today, catches a few fish, comes back day 3, catches a few fish. He's probably going to be in our top 10 leaving this event, right? Just when putting points on the board. But he definitely, I think we can say this, cost himself AOI yesterday. You can't have one bad day.
Absolutely. AOI is about the most consistent angler, naturally for the year, because it's angler of the year, which means every tournament, but you not only have you get that title by not failing one day. You cannot falter one day. You're going to lose fish throughout the year, and you're going to look back, but everybody loses fish, but at the end of the day, you cannot have one hiccup. Not one. And he had a hiccup yesterday. We know that's uncharacteristic for David. Very uncharacteristic. He had some mechanical issues in practice. He didn't potentially get his full 3 days of practice that he's normally faced with a little adversity. But David's going to come back. But I'm pretty much going to say that it's going to cost him,
John Sokup, we see him falling down there to 6th place, had a very non-hookup like Pickwick event. He's still got a $9,000 check.
Right.
But the hookup, if he's not in the top 10, he's not happy. Yesterday starts the tournament. He's in the 30s here weight-wise. Are you surprised by that?
I am. We know he's an electronic guru, okay? And we saw him at Patman flipping a lot of bass up. But his domination has typically been through his electronics. We watched him through all the other tournaments take his electronics, understand their mood, understand what they're doing, understand the size. He is an electronic guru here at this tournament. Relatively a shallow water tournament, and I'm not taking anything from John, but I'm not going to say I'm not surprised either. When fishermen tend to have their strengths, he's got strength in everything from flipping to electronics, but this is more of a dominated shallow water deal, it seems to be, and somebody like that, putting him in a position where he's going to be forced to not necessarily use his electronics has probably hurt him a little bit.
Very surprised because he won 2 of our events. That's definitely a storyline we're going to be watching for the next 2 days as well. Can we have two-time winners out of our 6 events? Unbelievable. We're going to be watching it all day long, but first we're going to check in with our amazing sponsors that make all of this possible with the National Professional Fishing League, and we will see you guys on the other side for some live fishing at Lake Winnebago.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com Get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use it. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to you all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lakes, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago and our first look here at our top 10. We'll be covering out on the water today with Buck Mallory, the Michigan angler. Spent some time with Buck yesterday at the weigh-in, and he was telling me this place reminds him of a lot of lakes where he lives, and was super excited to get out there on day one. Buck starting the day in 4th place, a little over 14 pounds. Had a mixed bag, he was telling me, Dudley, 2 smallmouth, 3 largemouth. A few different programs going on Lake Winnebago.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see on this lake, when you set the hook, some of it really doesn't matter if you are in weeds. It could be, smallmouth. You don't really know what species coming.
Now, we saw rock, we saw wood yesterday. Definitely a mix.
Especially when you're dealing with rock, it could be any species whatsoever.
Getting our first look here at James Biggs. Started the day in 5th place. James was mixing it up yesterday. He actually had 4 largemouth, 1 smallmouth. We see him with the spinning rod here early, but Biggs is one of the anglers that I really expected to do well. He's fished the FLW Tour. He has a lot of success. He's fished major championships like the Forest Wood Cup, and he's kind of had a back and forth year, but glad we get to spend some time with the Oklahoma angler today. We were with Biggs at Wright Patman, Dudley, and he had his homemade visor on down there, if you remember. I gave him a hard time at the weigh-in yesterday about that. Told him we would definitely bring it up.
They must be little.
You scarred him up so bad he won't even wear a hat now.
Yep.
From Biggs, we go over to one of our up-and-comers, Oklahoma's Sheldon Collins, who started early yesterday morning with a frog and put a 14-pound stringer in the boat very quick, and he left the area. We see him returning to that this morning.
Yeah, he's starting off very strong this morning also.
Sheldon, another angler that really is due. He's due for a win out here. I feel like he's came very close on the FLW Tour and in Toyota Series events, several events over the last few years.
Come on.
For the young angler from Oklahoma, but he is due, and it would not surprise me at all to see him hold that trophy and that $50,000 check on Showdown Saturday.
Give him a swim jig.
Absolutely. You could tell just watching him right now in the area that he's at, watching that frog come across open pockets from, you always want a mixture of grass. Mixture of grass is always going to hold more than dominated one species of grass. Just in that one cast, I watched it come across hydrilla, mats, open water, and lily pads. You have 4 ingredients where he's catching these fish at that, look at that.
I heard him say there he made a change from the frog to a swim jig, immediately caught one.
That's why you just have to have an open mind. I thought, maybe I can catch one on a swim jig. Hits the water, boom. Eats it. Ain't a big one, but it's another keeper, I think. "14-incher on the dot. Pound something more than I had just a minute ago. If I wouldn't have threw the swim jig.
Decisions, Dudley. It's all about decisions.
Yeah. That's almost a 2-pounder. That's a 1/8, and he's 14 inches long. That just don't sound right. It's true, though.
These fish are so healthy. All the largemouth, they're short and stocky that these guys were catching yesterday.
I believe.
Number 4 already.
Anytime you're up north and the water temperature relatively stays cool most of the time.
I want no little guys. That one's got to be called out.
Sheldon's boxing them up, starting the day in 2nd place. Now we're going to get a look at our leader, Keith Carson.
Well, guys, so far off to a slow start. It's dead. There's no wind, no clouds. I've had, I don't know, it seems like 20 bites and I've got 2 fish. Like they're freaking knocking slack in my line, racing out to open water, and I set the hook and nothing. Like I'm not even connecting with them at all. So it's a timing thing. It's okay. It's not a big deal. You know, it's whatever. It's how it goes. And some of these might be smaller ones too. And so the big ones, like they're just not, haven't moved in yet. Like it's a timing thing. You know, gotta wait. I just have to be patient. I know where they're gonna sit when they come through. So yeah, just keep plugging along. I just missed 2 in like the last 3 flips. Yeah, sometimes that can be like a color issue, but I don't think that's it. I think it's more of a conditions issue.
Keith's got a couple fish in the box, we heard him say there, but describing a tougher morning. Sheldon's already off to a jump there on Keith, but we both know Carson will get that figured out by the end of the day. Dudley's so consistent. And as we get a look at Carson, we're going to now check in with California's Bryant Smith, who started the day in 3rd place. Looks to be picking up where he left off. He was describing a very small area that he caught most of his fish on a frog. He actually looked at me and said, I have no clue what I'm going to be able to do tomorrow, though. He felt like he had exhausted this area. Like you said, a lot of these areas might not potentially reload, but Bryant, a very consistent angler all year. I feel like we've covered him the last 3 events straight. He's always got a camera with him. Very promising career ahead of the California angler.
Absolutely. It's been a joy to watch him fish. Hey, California fishermen, not to say that they're unlike, say, East Coast fishermen, but their mentality of the way they approach a lake typically is different because of where they're at. And I don't have much experience in the California area fishing any lakes at all, as a matter of fact. But, of course, I do know a lot of California anglers, and just their approach and watch what they do is fascinating. And I can see why he's looking at what he's looking at and doing what he does, because that's a normal thing out in California.
No doubt about it. And from the California angler, one of the young guns, over to my man, Bobby Wood, Bobby Lanham. We got to spend a lot of time with Bobby down at the Harris Chain this year. Had a great event there. Stop number 3 on the NPFL, and Bobby said he is getting to fish his strengths. He loves to throw a spinnerbait. He loves to throw a speed worm. Said he's catching fish on both here, Dudley.
I love me some speed worm action. Anytime you got grass, that is a technique that, you know, call it old school or whatever. Spinnerbait, yeah, of course, it's old school, but that speed worm is just, if I'm in a fishery and the water's fairly warm in a grass infested area, that speed worm is almost on my deck nonstop. I will have that in my hand. So good to see somebody's actually taken, it's like the spinnerbait of grass, you know, even though it's a speed worm. It's in, for you guys maybe not knowing what a speed worm is, it's just it's a plastic that has a hard thumping tail, and you just reel it. It's made for pulsing the water, giving them a quick look. It's a reaction bite type of lure. So yes, seeing him.
There we go. Bobby hooked up. Bobby Wood.
Oh, he's in the grass. Oh man, stay on, stay on.
Looks like he's throwing that spinnerbait this morning a little bit. Oh no.
God.
You'll hate to see that. Anytime you're around a bridge, though, that's migratory routes, you know.
For sure.
Man.
For Bobby, we go check in with Timmy Reams. Timmy had a great event at Pickwick Lake, stop number 4. Got to spend a lot of time with Timmy down there and watch him pick apart the grass.
Winnebago.
On Pickwick.
We're off to a better start than we were yesterday. I'll say that. Got 2 in the box. Just grinding it out, man. It's a grind. I mean, yesterday I only had 5 keeper bites. I didn't get my first one until like 9:30, something like that. So today we're ahead of the ball game. Just waiting on that big bright thing up there in the sky to get up so I can go do what I need to do. Well, Mr. Dudley's he's gonna like me later when I got that spinning rod in my hand.
You got that right.
And the old wacky worm comes out to play.
Oh, I cannot
Every
wait.
single fish I caught yesterday, I caught on a wacky worm.
That a boy.
Super duper shallow. I mean, like super shallow on docks. But the sun has to be bright for him to really get where I need him to get. So we're kind of just out here playing around right now. Kind of killing time basically. And anything I catch, it's just a bonus. So hopefully we can put 5 in the box again today.
From one Dudley shout out there, the first one of the day. We're moving on. I've heard enough from Timmy Reams. We're going on to Mark Schilling, Texas angler that I feel like I know more about than the rest of these anglers. We have a camera with Mark constantly in this inaugural season of the NPFL.
All right, guys, I'm working up shallow. Believe it or not, on a smallmouth lake, I'm flipping shallow, a foot, and just working down this bank line right here. Got a lot of structure along the bank and had a lot of action this morning. Probably caught a dozen fish already, but only one keeper, and that one actually came off at the boat. So we are still looking for our first keeper, but got a long day. Yesterday I had to be in at 2:30. Today I don't have to be in until 4:30. 4:30. There's a lot of fish here, I think. It's just whether or not there's enough good ones still left. So we'll keep plugging away.
From Mark Schilling, who we've covered a lot, to a guy that has also just finds himself in our top 10 at almost every event this year. Nick Provanizak, Nicky P, struggled for most of the day yesterday while we were on live, put it together in the last hour of the day to climb into the top 10, holding down the 10th place spot.
We're live.
Did he say
Well,
he's
the morning
going through his
ain't
other
starting
area?
off really good. I've had one 13.5 incher and missed another one that I don't know what size it was, but I decided to come over here in the morning in this grassy area and see if we can get some topwater bites, but they're not biting good in the morning for me, not in these areas. But we're gonna be probably getting out of here and gonna make a run. I'm gonna fish up this corner up here and a little bit better looking matted grass, that green grass. I like that green, bright green. That brown, there's a bunch of areas where there's a lot of brown grass. I haven't had a bite in any of that stuff. It's like old decaying grass. So you kind of need to find this duckweed and the brighter green grass to get a bite. This flat looks like it's really shallow and up though. I've never fished over in this little flat area here. Just trying to cover water and get a few bites in the morning.
Provanizak sounds like he's having a slow morning again, but we know he always seems to turn things around, as we call it, the afternoon delight, Dudley. That's Nicky P's favorite time on almost every event. He makes us look silly. It's like, oh, Nick's struggling. He shows up at the weigh-in. He's always got fish. So from Nick, we're going to take a look, our first look this year, at Richard Cooper. Richard started the day in 9th place, just a few ounces ahead of Nick Provanizak. Looks like he's getting ready to make a move here, Dudley. He might be second guessing that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Gonna make a move.
You can stay right there if you want.
Now we get a little boat-to-boat action with the big cat. Brandon Perkins, the winner of stop number 4 there at Pickwick Lake. Brandon, the winner of stop number 4, came into this event in 3rd place in that Progressive Angler of the Year. And by our calculations, he's still up there in the mix. Had a decent day 1, but had a super confident attitude coming into this tournament. He thought he had figured out the offshore smallmouth game, and it looks like he's right back at it this morning. When we saw him set the hook yesterday, Dudley, they were all quality fish, but just wasn't able to put 5 of those quality smallies in the boat yesterday. He could certainly make a comeback today, though, if he catches anything like the size that he found in practice.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching the action yesterday, the overall size that came out in the lake and offshore far exceeded anything that we saw up shallow, with consistency. Now, getting 5 of those to trigger, just the ratio is all I'm talking about. The ratio of size that was out in the lake was what you need to win with. And if he could get that going today, Blade mentioned he wants wind on the offshore game. He wants it to blow a little bit. You heard Keith Carson say, hey, I wish it was blowing just a little bit. That's going to push fish in certain, it's going to congregate them in areas, and they're going to hold tighter than roaming. Whenever it's slick and calm, whenever it's calm on any lake, really, they can see a lot better. The water doesn't have a ripple on it. The bass can see the light penetration happens, and they get on the move. And especially with smallmouth, those suckers can move on you in a heartbeat.
No doubt
one
about
thing
it.
that don't move a lot is largemouth in grass. They kind of stay where they're at.
Yeah, they set up camp, and somebody that we've seen set up camp in a very productive area this morning so far and yesterday morning, Oklahoma's Sheldon Collings. Started the day in 2nd place.
Wasn't a bass.
We saw Sheldon switch this morning from a frog to a swim jig right out of the giddy. Was sitting on 4 fish last time we checked in with Sheldon.
It's almost like a drain, a pocket of,
Be a bass. Getting smaller. Swim jig action. He ain't big. I don't even know if he's a keeper. He's 14. He touches. I think that's number 5, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, let's go back and get a pizza.
Let's roll. Come on. I was telling one of my buddies on the phone last night, Eli. I said, man, if I catch me about another 14 pounds, I'll go back to the dock, eat some pizza. He said, you better not. 174. Got 10 pounds.
That's a 10-pound fish? Damn.
10 pounder on Facebook. They're mad.
It's all about the angle, Dudley.
I said because we want a big friend. We've been hanging out in preschool all morning together. I'm tired of seeing each other. Thank you, Lord. Got us a limit.
It's a quick limit for Sheldon.
Perhaps.
So that first one that hit it was a pike or something.
Sheldon going with that Coosa River, Alabama swim jig technique. That's my favorite way to swim a jig, Dudley. So he's my favorite now. Like you got the wacky worm guys, I'm going with Sheldon swimming the jig like I like to.
Yeah.
Take on a little boat ride, have a parade in your honor.
I said it yesterday. I can't believe David Gaston was not.
Eventually you'd make it back.
Yeah, this is his deal right
like
here.
Grass.
Why's my swim jig run weird? It's going in circles. I don't like that. Oh, the skirt's messed up, that's why.
A lot of times, guys, you heard him mention the skirt's messed
Still
up.
running sideways.
When you catch a lot of bass, I actually did a video on
Maybe they just
YouTube.
want a dumb shad. That swims
how
in circles.
to-
Yep, that one does. Oh my God, be a bass. It's a bass. That's a big one. That's a big one, boys. Oh, stay on there. There we go. Oh, son. Son, look at that one. He wanted the weird looking shad. That's close to a 3-pounder there.
Jeez.
Man, there ain't nothing better than catching them on a frog in a swim jig in the grass.
You think that fish wanted that swim jig? That's when you know you're doing the right thing.
That's what we're looking for there.
Nice fish.
That's a dang good one.
That's over 3.
My hands are going to be so tore up after today. Uh-oh, boys. Got us a 315er.
That's what I thought.
Calling out number 1, which is a 156. Hello? He's actually 319. Just like that, we got almost 12 pounds. One bite goes a long ways. Places like this. Number uno. Come on, buddy. You get to go back to preschool. Where you at, killer? There he is. Yeah. It's a good call. Dang good call.
Absolutely.
Thank you, little buddy. Boy, they're pretty up here.
Yes, they are.
Thank you, fish. Go get bigger so someone else can catch you. Deserves a fist pump. I just said maybe they just want a dumb shad that swims in circles. Sure enough, he waked on it. Thankfully, I didn't even feel him. I just seen my swim jig disappear, which that wasn't very smart, but it worked. Oh, come on.
I did a video, Luke, on how to tune a swim jig. Most people don't understand what he just talked about. I put a video out on YouTube on my channel.
Tournament fishing. Yeah, I caught some on a swim jig in practice, but yesterday I busted them on a frog. I caught quite a few on a frog this morning, had some good blow-ups, but they just get smart. I don't care where you're at, they just get smart. Oh, oh, oh.
Man. Sheldon is getting after it this morning, Dudley, and we've got to get after it. Take a look at our sponsors. That way we can get back to some more of this live action from Lake Winnebago. We'll see you guys on the other side with some more Sheldon Collins swim jig action from Lake Winnebago.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
Welcome back to Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Beautiful Lake Winnebago. Stop number 5 of the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Hero Beverage Company.
That's just a rock.
Check in with Buck Mallory.
Sorry, I'm seeing a fish on my live scope. I'm trying to figure out where it's going. Uh-huh. I hear you. But yeah, so anyway, good news is if those were fish, I didn't hook them and sore mouth them. So like, whether it's today or tomorrow or whatever, but they'll bite again. It's not like it's a big deal. I didn't turn them or anything else. But it's not normal with this bait, like a different drop shots or whatever, but like with this one being as small as it is, it's not normal that you miss them. Usually when they grab it, they've got it. Yeah. Yep. So we shall see here. But I'm gonna plunk away at that corner one little bit more, and then we'll idle across the river. It just brings another element into of what I want to do when there's another guy that's fishing this. Like I don't know how many are really here, but I know there's more than what we've caught. And even if I could count on another 2 fish tomorrow out of here, that's great, you know, where I don't have to come or get them out of something super shallow that's probably not going to reload.
So as Buck breaks down his morning, he's sharing a spot with another angler. He was telling me that yesterday at the weigh-in, Dudley. But Buck is certainly going to catch some fish today. He's working several different programs. We're going to leave Buck for a minute. We're going to go check in with the big cat, who's caught up with our Pickwick champion, Brandon Perkins.
All right, folks, here we are, day number 2 on the water here at Lake Winnebago. Ran up on Brandon Perkins, talked to him for a second. He's got one good one in the live well. You guys saw him a second ago. He said he's got over 250 rock piles to fish. He fished about 40 or 50 of them yesterday. He said they're funny, though. He's like, his bites aren't coming like that. Every 2 or 3 hours is a short window where he's getting bites. He just needs to capitalize on those windows of bites is what he's saying. He's out here. He's around fish. He's catching walleye. He's catching big drum, the kind of drum that hurt your feelings, the kind when you set the hook on them, you get that head shaking, ring, ring, they're pulling drag, and you get them up, and you think it's a smallmouth, and it's the Bobby the Dumb Drum. So he's dealing with that out here, but he's going to fight through all that to get that fully loaded live well and come in with a fat sack. Like I say, he's coming off that win from Pickwick. He's got that momentum. He's got his head right. He's just trying to get those fish in that live well. We ran around right now where we are in the main. You can see it's still slick. We got that wind coming out of the south today, but right now it's still fishable out here, still good fishing. He's waiting on the wind to pick up. He said, if I just get that wind, the bites will come with that. So I think he's going to get what he wants for looking to the forecast later today. That wind's going to pick up, so we'll see what happens.
And I made 1 cast in that hole, and I caught almost a 4-pounder.
While Brandon Perkins waits on the bite,
over into the fresh
we go back to Sheldon Collins, who's been on fire the last 2 mornings. Right on cue, Sheldon Collins.
I think I could have that sound.
There I go. It's a good one. No, it ain't. You'll get that a lot with me. I get too excited. I don't think he'll help. Oh, and I've been seeing a bunch of sores on these fish. I mean, they're healthy, but I'm guessing that, like, maybe these pike or these mudfish or something are taking bites out of them. One of my biggest ones yesterday had a giant chunk taken out of his side. He ain't gonna help. I don't think, but you always got to.
It's a game of ounces on these northern fisheries.
The smallest.
You see Sheldon weighing all these fish.
He's gonna help by an ounce. 182. Calls out number 5, which is a 174. Number 5. Not much, but in tournament fishing, every ounce is an extra $1.
Could be $50,000.
No doubt about it. Could be
He's a little bit chunkier. A little bit bigger mouth on him. Thank you, Mr. Bass. Again, another pretty one.
Those fish that live in that vegetation get that dark hue to them. They are beautiful.
Yeah. Just don't fall in. Then it'll be a good day.
You're not going to save me if I fall in? Is that what you're telling me?
I'll probably laugh at first. Well, I'll be worried at first. Then you'll come up, probably start laughing, then I'll have to get a Snapchat video. And then I'll help you in.
At least stick your rod in the water so I have something to grab onto while you're laughing.
Yeah, that'll work. Here you go, man. Just grab a hold.
You know, yesterday, Dudley, we saw a lot of guys that were just silent. They weren't having a good time out there in Winnebago. Sheldon, off to a fast start again on day 2. He's having a good time, joking with the cameraman, making some calls. He's one to watch right now. On day 2, we're going to go from one Oklahoma angler to another. We're going to check in with James Biggs. Started the day in 5th place.
Spinning rod. Here's some road noise in the background.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Good smallmouth. Well, not as big as I thought, but I'll take it right now. It's better.
Our NPFL anglers not allowed to use a landing net, so Biggs
Not
having
a
to get down
giant.
low.
Should have just flipped him. But I'll take him. It's number 2.
Again, on this
Oh,
lake,
yeah,
you just never know what you're gonna get when you set the hook.
All right. Good deal.
Okay. Right.
Better. They're here.
Or left-handed.
It is what we like.
Biggs working one of those migratory routes you were talking about, Dudley. One of these bridges, obviously, is going to have some current.
What's good is I lost one on that point that size yesterday. Oh gosh, that's another good one.
Hooked up.
Smallmouth, it's running. Oh gosh, you see that jump? It's a timing deal. Just pull up on it. The best part about smallmouth is they're normally grouped up. He'll go.
Looks like that one was. Had to work with it a
Number
little bit, but
3,
going to be
hello.
keeper number 3.
Number 3. Number 3 is barely 14, so I really want to cull this one, but for now, we're good. I mean, he measures, just nothing extra. Get a fresh bug on there.
Yep.
Listen, I threw that spinnerbait up there and had a couple bumps. I knew they were up there, but yesterday they wanted nothing but moving baits, and today seems like they don't want a moving bait at all. And the way he hit it and ran tells me there's another one in there like that.
Jeez. Biggs having a good
And
time
the reason
this
is
morning.
when they grab it and run full speed, they're trying to get away with their food so something else doesn't get it if they miss it. So there's more in there. I threw off my mark a little.
All right, Dudley, the anglers have been out on the water for a little over 2 hours now. We're winding down our first hour of coverage and a lot of action so far out of our top 10 at Lake Winnebago. What are your thoughts so far on what we're seeing?
The action this morning has been incredible. Like this lake is on fire this morning. It helps having your cameras on the top 10, though.
The guys have figured it out the best.
They figured it out the best. But just seeing the And here we go with some highlights of the day.
Beautiful morning on Lake Winnebago. See Timmy Reams there. The fish, the action has been hot and heavy so far here in Wisconsin. Stop number 5.
Number 2, baby.
Beautiful smallie.
That's a big one.
Bryant Smith.
Gotta complain a little bit. Back in this tree. Good one.
Buck Mallory. A little current break action. Buck was really excited about this spot right here. Current break in the river. Our day 1 leader, Keith Carson.
That'll work. That's a fatty.
That's a
Nice
chunky one.
fish from Keith.
That might be a better one there. That feels like a good one.
James Biggs.
Whoa, look at that for a boat flip and come off the...
The man of the hour so far.
Oh, another
today.
one ate it. Stay on.
Sheldon Collins having a large time this morning on Lake Winnebago.
Another one. Stay button, babe.
Back to Buck Mallory. Mining of a current break here on the seawall. He also has a grass program. He's working in the afternoon, he's telling me.
That was pretty.
When Sheldon sets the hook, he means it, Dudley.
Go.
Great stuff this morning from Sheldon and all the anglers in the top 10. Got it figured out, and I'm going to take a look at our leaderboard. Unofficially, of course, as the anglers are encouraged to enter their estimated weights in our Weigh Live Tracker app. Right now, we've got Texas angler Donnie O'Neill sitting up top. Luis Fernandez, John Hookup Soakup making a little move on day 2. Paul Browning, Keith Carson, Doug Chapin, James Biggs, Buck Mallory, New Jersey's Luke Schrader, and Matt Massey holding down that unofficial top 10. I'm going to go out here and say Collings is fibbing a little bit. He hasn't entered on the Weigh Live app. He may not have service where he's at. We're not sure who his cell phone provider is, Dudley, but we're going to get on Sheldon for that later. The weigh-in, Sheldon obviously going to be our leader right now, unofficially, but Donnie O'Neill with 25 pounds for 2 days. That's pretty strong right now at the moment. Luis Fernandez off to another quick start. We saw him get off to a great start yesterday as well. Had 12 pounds at the weigh-in.
Look, Luke, yesterday, looking at the big fish of the day, Sheldon with a 410, and the next biggest yesterday was a 4 even. What is your take on that? Like, you know, is it possible for somebody to have a 18 to 20 pound bag? Is it possible in this lake?
I think it is possible, but I think it's unlikely this week with what we've seen. You know, when an entire field of over 100 professional anglers, you only see 2 in that 4-pound class. There's just not a lot of those that live here, right? Especially this time of year, they're buried up in the grass. They may be harder to target. I think we could see a 17 or 18-pound bag before it's over with. And we're going to take a look now. We go from that leaderboard back to the guy that's unofficially, I'm going to say, sitting on top of it, Sheldon Collings.
I gave him enough time. He came up through the mat.
Oh my God, that's a big one. That's a big one.
The Sheldon Show.
There we go. That one's pushing 3. He's chunky. Whew. Is there any better sight than a bleeding hand and a frog down the mouth?
A boat full of weeds.
And a boat full of weeds. He ate it that time. That one's got to be close to 3, man. He is fat. Real fat. He just don't look like a 3-pounder, but he's going to be really, really close, I think. He's probably high, too. Definitely going to help. Give me another pound. I got a 1.8 and a 1.82 that I got to get rid of. Oh, yeah. 2.6. Takes out number 4, which is a 1.8.
Almost a pound upgrade for Sheldon.
1 pound.
It's huge.
Points wise.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Huge.
Is enormous.
Almost 13 pounds. We ain't even got a big one yet. Come here, little buddy. It don't look like much, but that's a pound difference. I mean, just stout little suckers. Again, another pretty one. Thanks, little buddy. Go get big.
Thank you for playing.
Yep. Thanks for biting my frog. That actually might have been a swim jig one. Let's do another one. Whew, thank you, Lord. Like I said, we're starting to get into the fresh fish now. These are the ones I found in practice. So all these other fish I've been catching, they were just the stuff I found yesterday, which they're only maybe 70 yards apart. But on a flat like this with this much grass and pads and stuff like that, 70 yards is like a whole new ledge on Pickwick. And get a couple more like that, we're out of here. I'm glad this worked out this morning. I was worried. I don't know why, but I was worried.
Dudley, what Sheldon's talking about there with fresh fish on this grass flat, only being 50 yards from where he caught them yesterday, I think that's a perfect bass tank breakdown. It goes along with some of the things that you've been talking about residential fish versus migratory fish. Talk about what you got from Sheldon right there for the folks at home.
You know, looking at this fight, guys, you have to look at each area as residential or migratory route. It's pretty obvious looking in the background of the way he's facing, there is a dead end, okay? Anytime you have a dead end and he's sitting in open water, that flat is going to hold a large concentration of fish. If that water is moving in any direction, whether it be through wind, and we haven't had wind, but this area that he's in, I'm going to label this as a migratory route, and these fish are reloading. Him being able to recognize and say, hey, 50 to 70 yards away, I'm on a new ledge, I'm on a new group of fish. That just tells you right there how large of a...
Little baby dinker. But boy, it was fun to watch him eat it. Gotta love frogging them.
He's dialed in this morning,
Those,
but
that area he's at is loaded. And they're coming to him.
Boom.
Definitely a very productive area, to say the least, for Sheldon. Good stuff there on the breakdown. It's something we talked about yesterday, decisions, whether to stay, whether to run around, how many fish to take from an area. You know, Sheldon caught a quick limit yesterday and got out of there. That's all part of the chess match that's going on out there on Lake Winnebago with our NPFL pros. And Sheldon is playing the game better than anybody so far on day 2. I want to thank the folks from the Bass Tank for being NPFL sponsors. The Bass Tank, they are electronics gurus out in Oklahoma.
Starting to fish a lot better. I'm not as nervous. Taking my time a lot more. I'm fishing slower, fishing more thoroughly.
I'm trying to help distract you a little bit too. Maybe
Oh, you're good.
get yourself out of your head. You know what you're doing. It's just a matter of just doing it, I think.
Yep. So you could tell right off the bat this morning I was real antsy. I was missing them, not letting them eat it.
Yeah, you were a little rushed, it felt like.
Yep. Which it feels like it's been a week since I've done this, but it's only been 24 hours, but heck, I was only here 30 minutes yesterday. All right. I'm gonna catch one out of this hole, just calling it. Or I'll say this, I'll have a blow up in this hole.
Sheldon off to a fast and furious start. Another one of our anglers in the top 10 has been having fun all year out here, and that's Bobby Lanham. Bobby Wood. Check back in with him. Saw him lose a fish earlier this morning. Dudley looks like he's still working that same general area.
Yep.
Doing what he loves, throwing that spinner bait, alternating in with a speed worm every now and then. You'll know he's serious when he breaks out those white sunglasses. Oh, he's already got them on. He only put them on for the camera down in Florida. So his friends back home will call him Hollywood.
Golly. Big old smallie.
Look at it.
Well, he made sure he got a hold of it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, he's making
shallow, small.
Yeah,
it's
We'll
crazy.
take him number 1. Oh yeah. Woo! On the board, baby. Get him on the scale. Hey.
Did he not call that out for us, Luke?
Nope, he's holding back. Bobby Wood doesn't show all of his cards all the time, Dudley. You missed the Harris chain.
I like to hear that last one. That last one was a big one.
Did he just not only not put it on the Luke Duncan Police
He didn't.
live way out,
Nope.
and he weighed it? Wow, he is going to get a
Bobby
chewing
Wood
out
is
from
testing
Luke.
my patience. There's no doubt about it. Bobby Lanham over to Mark Schilling. He's no stranger to our top 10 all year.
Doggone it, he's on my best stretch. That's all right. I'll go around.
A lot of today, I've seen quite a few people flipping hardcover wood, just shoreline wood, and surprising that we're not seeing a lot more of that. We've seen Keith Carson doing the same thing. Schilling is here flipping wood. This lake has so much to offer.
It's very similar to what Keith Carson's doing.
Absolutely.
It's got to be 14. God, that's the fattest fish I've ever caught.
Man, look at how fat that. I want him to weigh that one. That's 14 all day long.
God,
Fat.
look how fat that dude is.
All these fish are so healthy.
Oh, he's a keeper. Thank you, Lord. Number one.
That's his first one of the day. Yeah. Here we go, Luke. You owe me sushi dinner from yesterday because I guessed the big fish correctly, 410. Matter of fact, that dinner last night was good, especially when they brought that checkout, Luke. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, buddy. Anything for Double D.
That fatty tuna that went in my mouth was delicious.
You did seem to enjoy it.
Not as good as watching you pay that bill.
Finally. Thank you, Lord. You did that.
All right, guys, as Mark Schilling gets that entered in the Way Live app, we're going to take a look at our fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you on the other side for more live action.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Oh, come on.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago. James Biggs.
Go away, Bobby. Well, so much for letting it rest. It's slow today, for me anyways. You catching them? You doing pretty good? Yeah, you got them pretty good? They're all little today.
Was that Bobby Lanham right there? I believe it was.
Well, I think Bobby's saw that. No, I think he's telling the truth. Today's a much different day. I saw him around yesterday. He wasn't down on this end when I fished, but you know, he had a solid 12-pound bag. He's in the top 10, and he said he's got 1 today. It's definitely a slower day, but the biggest adjustment is I see he's still cranking, and that's how I caught him yesterday, but that doesn't seem to be the way it's going today. I got 4 by dragging plastic. I want to catch them cranking, and I'm hoping as the day goes on, maybe that bite will pick up, but I'm not forcing it because I've fished long enough to be doing well and then try to force it and get stuck in your ways. I've actually, there's guys that make careers out of forcing it. I mean, look at Denny Brower, Tommy Biffle, a lot of those guys, they're one-dimensional flippers, and they live and die by it, but not for me. I'll take the versatility game and, make more championships but get less wins in the process. But if you notice, his boat's literally sitting exactly on top of where I was catching those fish. They pulled out a little off this edge more.
Over to Bobby Lanham, and him seems to be sharing an area here with James Biggs. Bobby Wood on one side of the bridge, James Biggs on the other. Saw Bobby a little shallower on the actual causeway of the bridge this morning. Now he looks like he's moved back out to the point, just over the shoulder. James Biggs.
They ever get their cameras working again?
Yeah, the cameras have been working all the time. The communication.
Oh yeah.
It's in and out. So we're just
You know,
acting like we're live the whole day.
looking at a lot of this fish coverage here where a lot of the fish get caught, it almost reminds me of Lake Gunnersville.
Very much.
Bridges are a huge player every time you go to Gunnersville. It's like, and in lakes that bridges play a big role in, it just shows you how many fish are just constantly moving around.
Yes.
Just moving in and out, and seeing a lot of these top anglers fishing, let's call them dams in the middle of the lake. That's pretty much what it is. It's a dam with an open space, in between and a bridge.
I don't know if they control the current here apparently, because There's not near as much current as there has been.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of current out here, but
Were these the spots you were at yesterday too?
what's that?
You were at these spots yesterday too?
Yeah.
Body Lanham. We're going to get a look at Timmy Reams, who Dudley has already picked as his favorite today because he got a shout out right out of the giddy this morning. Looks to be working one of the many residential areas around Lake Winnebago, boat docks and grass.
I don't see a spinning rod in his hand. I'm a little disappointed right now. What did we say the leader of shout outs today was going to be? Squid salad or seaweed salad?
Dudley, I don't know how you're not obese. You just focus on food all the time. Yeah, we got to up the stakes. We got to go jewelry or cash prizes or something in these bets. We got to really up our game.
That a boy. He's upping his game by pulling that spinning pole out. That a boy.
Not gonna lie, that didn't take long when he did switch to the David Dudley special.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be? Number 3. By golly. By golly. Three. Not what we need, but you know what? On this fishery, it's gold, man. I knew I should have waited to freaking cast in there. So I could have caught one live on the Dudley rig.
Bam.
Again with this Dudley stuff.
I think I'm going with squid salad.
Of all things.
I think I've got plans for dinner tonight.
You just don't like swiping that card with me.
No, I'm tired of it.
Interesting though, his choice, very obvious in a canal, and very obvious he's throwing a
little different scenery though than we've seen a lot of our guys in the big expansive flats, fishing grass. We have seen some docks mixing in, but not as much of these residential canals.
It makes sense why he waited this late. Is in a canal they can just move anywhere, and he was very specific in saying I need that sun up, and those canal fish would pull up underneath that shade line.
I think someone put these in the wrong pack.
Because typically canals have shade.
Watermelon green pumpkin in a green pumpkin pack. Like it's not the. I can tell. Yeah, no, I can. It's brighter. Like it's a green watermelon laminate, green pumpkin, whatever.
It don't matter.
Ooh, let's throw a wacky worm underneath this thing.
From Reams, we're going to check in with our day one leader, Keith Carson, who's off to a little slower start this morning. Last time we checked in with him, had 2 keepers in the box. Florida's Keith Carson. winner of stop number 2 down at Wright Patman, Texas. Lapped the field.
Gosh, barely hooking them. Oops. Hooked them on the outside of the mouth. So it shows you how they're eating it. You know. So that's not good. And I hooked them in the tongue. And that, wow, this is just crazy. What in the heck? I can't even figure out how I hooked him. That's probably the only reason why I caught him. Okay. Gosh, does he measure? Yep. What does he weigh? $111. So number 4, 3 and 4 dinks. Okay. That's number 4.
Carson getting closer to the fully loaded live well that he had yesterday. 15 pounds on day 1. Working a little different program than a lot of our anglers, focusing on hard cover. Fishing a lot of lay down trees, willow trees. Not as much vegetation as you would expect from the Florida angler.
I'm gonna grab a new hook.
He is
Or
very
it's stuck in the eye, and if I reuse that hook, it's gonna get stuck in the eye again, and it's gonna pop through, and then I'll lose them. And I'll lose them when it's a big one too. So we'll just start with the new one. Maybe the next one. Maybe the next eye will be closed.
talk about meticulous with his tackle.
Oh, he is that.
I really been in this game a long time. And a little OCD on that, how particular he is.
He is so detail oriented when you talk to Keith, whether it's about his equipment, the areas he fishes, why he thinks the fish are there. We've called him the ninja all year. He just, he's dialed, he's sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
Really having an awesome season on the NPFL. Carson's going to retie. We're going to check in with California's Bryant Smith, one of the up-and-coming anglers we have out here on the NPFL, a West Coast angler. He's had a lot of regional success out there. This is really his first time on the national stage. Top 10 down at the Harris Chain, another top 10 at Pickwick, and finds himself starting day 2 in 3rd place here at Lake Winnebago.
just back there. Eat the food, fish. I mean, how often do you have a crawdad literally fall on your head?
What? The pleading has started early. He
best
said,
thing
how
ever,
often
food just
can you have a
fell out of the
crawfish
sky.
fall on your head? Bryant was trying to talk up a bite there.
I know you're in there.
First look at flipping actual reeds, though.
Bryant's a Clear Lake guy, California
We
Delta.
got
Yep.
one frog bite. Well, we've got 2 frog bites, but one was a little
Whenever
lazy.
you are
and got 1 flip bite so far. So really, not much is working, but it's what I expected. I didn't expect to light the world on fire. I knew I wasn't going to catch a lot of fish in this tournament. Just kind of hoping I could get 5 keeper bites a day. Todd, I mean, guys are catching them. I would say you gotta have 13 a day at least, or right, high 12, because there's so many guys with 12 pounds. I was super shocked because I had a real. I was not on them. I went into this tournament hoping to catch a keeper. And that's the honest truth. Like, I couldn't tell you where I was going to get my first bite, if I was going to get my first bite. It's just been a total, just kind of fly by the seat of my pants and hope for the best. 14 pounds yesterday. Man, that was awesome. Couldn't have written up my morning better. I keep right through that every time. I don't understand it.
Reeds, flipping reeds, you've done a lot of it, Luke, in our travels, and he's definitely doing a California thing. A lot of reeds in the state of California, but in the state of Florida too. One thing that whenever you are flipping reeds, you can watch him. See, he's going in a little deeper, right? He's going in deeper than the hard edge of that of the reeds there. As an angler, you got to be open and saying, keeping yourself honest. We talk about being honest. There's a hard line within the line of that reed. So if you look at that reed, you see some scattered reeds that are just sitting out in front of him. He's against what we would call a line of reeds. But look a little deeper in there, and you see a hard line of reeds. So see how it's a lot thicker? So it's a sparse line of reeds, and then you get to a hard line of reeds. He is definitely fishing, targeting that hard line. Now, there's times, of course, Luke, when you know as well as I do, when you can almost look down that reed line and see that one twig, that one little twig or a piece of reed or a little reed patch sitting out further, and you can almost call your shot. Like that flip that he did right there, look at that circled patch right there. That is, you see how he stopped? He knows that patch of reeds deserves a couple more flips. See how he's going right back into it again? He's picking that reed patch apart. And you got to look at it like homes. Granted, homes have trees around or whatever, but the actual home within the home piece of property is where he's targeting. You got to find out where he's at, and he just is picking this apart perfectly. But you still at times got to keep yourself honest. And as calm as it is, Luke, one of the things I've found, and I'm going to throw it to you on this, when fishing reeds and you have wind blowing in on it reeds, have you found that throwing in deeper on the hard line is better than throwing on the sparse? Do you feel they move out to the edge, the outer edge, or do you think they go deeper in, say if that wind was blowing through?
I think they'll go deeper in. It pushes the bait fish further in there at times. But I don't like, though, personally, when the wind is pounding in on shallow vegetation like this, like reeds, I don't like to flip. Yeah, it just becomes like a washing machine effect.
Yeah, and
I don't think they leave necessarily, but it makes them a little spookier. And your presentation, which you're getting a reaction bite when you're flipping, they can't see it as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, the reeds end up. It's like somebody, if you were in that thick part and the waves are coming in there, it's like rubbing. It's like taking a stick and rubbing it on your skin. Eventually, that's going to get irritating, right? So when a situation like this arrives, when it's super calm, they're going to go in there a little bit deeper. When it's windy, I like to stick a little bit more to the outside. The reeds aren't like scraping up against them, sloshing around, and the outer edges is going to be the better choice. But for sure, he's very experienced in flipping reeds, and watching him and where he's pitching at is doing it like insanely perfect.
Toolies out west, I think the West Coast boys call the reeds the toolies.
Toolies.
He's flipping the toolies this morning on Lake Winnebago. Okay, from one of our young anglers, Bryant Smith, over to another up-and-comer, Michigan's Buck Mallory. Started the day in 4th place. Buck was actually sitting in 3rd until Bryant weighed in and bumped him out, and I was there when that happened, and Buck was giving Bryant Smith a really hard time about about bumping him to 4th yesterday.
There's a good one, dude. Oh my God, that's a giant. Please stay hooked. Please stay hooked. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get in here. Dude.
That is a tank for this
That's
lake.
a stud.
Yes. That is
a flat out tank.
He's listening to me, Luke.
He better not be.
He's got his ear.
Look at that.
Yeah. That deserves a
Get
fist
that
bump.
some. God.
Buck was mixing in a current
That's so
break, some
crazy.
docks, and some vegetation.
I caught my biggest bass yesterday off the same exact dock.
Unbelievable. He was telling me that's crazy.
Thank you,
Same
God.
dock. Said he shook that fish off in practice. He told me, and he thought he caught the same one that he saw in practice.
Well, that was his cousin.
Obviously, there was another one there. That's good stuff.
415. Oop.
415.
Still.
Wow. That could be the big fish of the day, Luke. There was only 2 4-pounders yesterday.
I'm glad I double checked that. 4 1/4.
So a little over 4.
That's got a chance.
That's what you're here for right there. Big ones like that. Get another one of them, huh?
Great fish. Buck. I believe that's going to be his 3rd keeper.
Basically 2 keepers in one.
No doubt about it. 3 for some guys
Yeah.
this week. Yeah, some of the skinnier smallmouth we've seen. That's Fat Cat Newton loves the term game changer. That is certainly one of those this morning for Buck Mallory, the Michigan pro.
It's good to know that some of these places do reload. Yeah.
While Buck settles in and looks for another 4-pounder on the same dock, we're going to take a look at the sponsors that make the National Professional Fishing League possible, and bringing you all this live coverage from Lake Winnebago. Stop number 5, presented by Hero Beverage Company.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
The steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago. Bobby Wood, Bobby Lanham. See there where Bobby's at. Not a lot of wind. Throwing that spinnerbait around, do you believe you need wind in that spinnerbait situation? I feel like
typically
the higher the sun gets.
Absolutely. Typically, that's a great choice unless the water has stain in it. Then you can get by a little bit with spinnerbait. But
Bobby's going to make a move, and we're going to move over to day one leader Keith Carson, who I think is just fishing the same tree over and over and over at this point.
He's broke every limb underneath of it out, so he's good.
Stay on, baby, please. Please stay on. Please stay on. Please, yes, big smallie. What do you know about flipping that up and flipping in like a foot of water? Oh my gosh.
I believe they call that fish Big Papa.
Dude, this is insane. Freaking flipping the 1 ounce. Look at that. Oh, the hook just
Dudley, you don't do that a lot on the
it
Great
came
Lakes.
out like nothing.
No.
That's what we're looking for.
Nice.
That was like my sixth exact same flip. It's like you just keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it.
That is a big smallmouth.
215. I'll take it. 3-pounder? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Again, Luke,
yeah.
we're looking at
Dude, that's
Main Lake
insane.
quality size
I
of
was
fish
just about
No
to
doubt about
be
it.
like, dang it. It's just
versus
not
backwater size.
magical
of
trees.
fish.
Just the water's dropping. So it's like that one could go on the big fish side.
You heard him say the magical trees catching most of these fish off the
1,
same
2, 3,
piece of
4.
cover.
So that's 5. That's my limit. All right, let's punch that in. Let's let this mat settle. Let it settle down. It's 9:42. Let everything settle. We're gonna flip back in there. Oh, I forgot to enter my last one. I think it was like a 111.
Keith's going to take care of the weigh live out for
that
us so we
one's
can keep up with the
2,
game. He's entering his weights
15.
there. We're going to go check in with Richard Cooper. Started the day down in 9th place.
How many did we pull out of here?
I'm not sure. I really wouldn't pay attention because none of them can't. I don't know. Maybe 3 or 4, and then we caught I think maybe 2 others short, something like that.
It's a first look at of course, a big marina style. They're always going to house a lot of fish, but a lot of those marina fish are always resident. Most of them are.
Really surprised we haven't seen more of our guys doing this. As many marinas that are on this lake. Lots of dock options. Are you surprised that docks aren't playing a bigger role with some of our leaders?
Yeah, I really am. When you have a lake like this and have this much cover to be had, it's shocking to see more anglers aren't fishing those big condominiums of docks.
Cooper having a slower morning so far.
Really the only think about what we've seen this week, Luke. We've been faced with 2 calm conditions, calm days, and really no surprise that just about the only power bait, really, when I say power fishing that we've seen has been the spinner bait. As far as everything has been pretty much with plastics, a jig, a drop shot, a wacky worm. Granted, Sheldon was fishing a frog and a swim jig, but I'm speaking the majority of the bites in the fish catches we're seeing are on some sort of plastic. And even a jig is basically a piece of, plastic, even though it's considered a power bait. But spinner bait has been the only thing. And typically, a bladed jig is typically going to be at least 2 of the top 10s in every tournament we go to.
Especially around this much vegetation. Yeah, I'm
When you're around
with that.
vegetation, you got good colored water. We are not seeing any power style fishing playing a role today. Now, tomorrow we know that we're going to have a lot of boat traffic. We're going to have a little bit of wind. Things could shake up tomorrow. We could see somebody come in with, break out the bladed bait or square bill or something of that matter. But for the most part, calm conditions, plastics have been the dominated. And Sheldon, this morning, when you have low light conditions and it's early morning, those fish maybe didn't feed as much last night, you can power them up, always within the first hour. But now that the sun is up, it's hard for me to believe that we're going to see anything different as of today that's going to vary from plastics, fishing.
Of course, you can get all your plastics that you need at Fisherman Central, official tackle retailer of the league.
It's almost like watching these anglers fish this lake. We talked about it earlier, Luke, in areas. We've seen Sheldon obviously has an area that is reloading, lots and lots of fish to be had. We see Keith Carson with his magical tree that keeps reloading. He's in an area. He's not moving around much. We have anglers that are in canals, they're not moving much. As massive as this lake is, we talked about being in the right area. And granted, Luke, you can say that about every lake you go to. Oh, you just had to be in the right area. But what I'm saying, Lake Okeechobee would be a great example. This is like, in a way, it's like Lake Okeechobee. Massive. But the fish only live in 10% of the lake anyways. And I think on this lake, that 10% is sliced in half to 5%. And if you're not in that area, 5% of the lake, where that big population of bass is at, you could be lost. Same thing with Lake Okeechobee. Okeechobee is the same way. Massive lake, 20 or 31 mile bowl, 31 miles across bowl, but we're always fishing on top of each other. And this lake, with 3 days of practice, not much tournament history on this lake, trying to figure out where that 5% is at and would be hard to do. But a lot of the anglers that are here, Keith Carson, I'll say this, it's crazy how patient he is flipping one tree. Luke, there's no way in hell I could sit there and give a tree 6 flips and just say he bit it on the 6th flip. And I'm learning so much. He's using a 1 ounce weight in a foot of water. Come on, I might be thinking I'm heavy with a 3/8, but it's just brilliant to see. It's so cool. That's why live is so cool. You're learning so much from these anglers in their thought process.
And as we enter the 10 o'clock hour here on Lake Winnebago, we're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from this morning's action and action we have had from our over 100 NPFL pros out there on the water trying to win that $50,000 first place prize. And the beautiful trophy comes along with the title of champion. Stop number 5, presented by Hero Beverage Company. Mark Schilling, the Texas angler, who's been very familiar to the top 10 all year long.
Golly.
Bobby Lana.
Big old small. Yeah, he should make
Bobby
it
Lana.
long and skinny. But we'll take him number one. Good. Smaller.
Bobby Lana.
Largemouth. Whew. That's the size that's in that hole.
Keith Carson, day one leader.
This one's in circles. Yep, that one does. Oh my God, be a bass. It's a bass.
Sheldon Collins.
That's a big one, boys. Oh.
Got off to a furious start.
Son, look at that
Day
one.
one and picked up
He wanted
where
the
he left
weird-looking
off,
cat.
starting the day in second place. Getting it done on a swim jig.
Hang on. Oh gosh. That's where the large.
Oh my God, that's a big one. That's a big one.
Such great camera work.
There we go.
Angling work by Sheldon. Of course, the Big Bite Challenge. Big bass of the day so far, Buck Mallory.
Come here. Get in here.
With a fish a little over 4 pounds. Actually caught off the same dock he caught his kicker off of yesterday. Buck having a great day too out there. And as we take a look at the beautiful city of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, we're going to look at our unofficial top 10. All the anglers are required to enter their estimated weights in our Weigh Live Tracker app, and we have Keith Carson, the day one leader, has regained control, unofficially sitting on top. Donnie O'Neill, Texas angler, in second, started the day in sixth place. Sheldon Collins in third. Paul Browning from Arkansas in fourth. William Fletcher, Luis Fernandez, Luke Schrader, James Biggs, Buck Mallory, and winner of 2 events on the NPFL this year, John Hookup Soakup, holding down the 10th place spot. No surprises there. We hope each and every one of you are having a good time watching these NPFL pros break down Lake Winnebago. It's been a fun morning so far on day 2, and now I'm joined by Mike DeGuss, the founder of Hero Beverage Company. Of course, stop number 5, presented by Hero Beverage. And Mike, welcome.
Thanks, brother.
To Wisconsin and the NPFL studio here. What are your thoughts so far? You having a good time?
Man, I am blown away. My team and I are out here having a blast, doing everything we're doing with Hero around NPFL. I've met a ton of these anglers, had a lot of great conversations, and am beyond impressed with what you guys are doing.
It's awesome to hear that, to get admittedly, you and I talked, you don't know a ton about the fishing industry, the professional fishing side. You're learning, you're getting a crash course in professional fishing this week here at Lake Winnebago, to say the least. What has surprised you the most about this event as a whole?
I think the event as a whole for me is meeting these anglers and the professionalism of each of these guys that I've had the ability and time to go through and shake hands, meet them one-on-one, get to hear about their backgrounds, what they do, where they're coming from, which really impacted us with Hero. I mean, I spent a long time in the Secret Service, went all over the world doing events, and what you guys are doing just really tugs at my DNA and core with my background compared to what you guys are doing. And these guys are remarkable.
So it certainly made sense for that partnership with Hero to get together with the NPFL. And you mentioned your work in the Secret Service. That led you to founding Hero Beverage Company. Talk a little bit about what Hero does as a brand?
Yeah, so we actually started this as a brand back in highlight of COVID era last year. Concept came up, as you can imagine, Secret Service world, acronyms mean everything. And early morning, we were getting a ton of requests in another company and brand that I run for donations for first responder heroes, frontline health worker heroes, educational heroes, etc. It hit me as an acronym to help everyone remain operational. And we springboarded around June, launching an apparel line that morphed into Hero Beverage Company. And we just decided we're going to start building high quality products that people are out there using anyway, from coffee to tea to soda to waters, everything that's on the board coming, and then give it back to organizations and people that support police, military, firefighters, teachers, doctors, nurses, and really give them the support that they need.
Well, and support they do need, and respect they deserve. Put them up on a pedestal. They're the real heroes, right? A lot of people
100%.
say athletes or some of our professional anglers. I have my heroes certainly in the world, but those guys are out there on the front lines, especially what we've seen in 2020. Unprecedented what those folks are going through out there. You've got something special planned, though, here at Lake Winnebago for Saturday, partnering up with the NPFL, but the Hero Beverage Company Hero Day. Let's hear about that. We talked a little bit about it with Patch yesterday, so for the folks just tuning in, Saturday is going to be a very special day here. If you're close, you're going to want to come out. But give us a taste of what we're going to see here at Lake Winnebago.
Thanks for having me, and let me talk about what we're doing tomorrow. This is brand new with NPFL and Hero, but we are going to go out and honor heroes, starting with Oshkosh. And so what we've done is from 10 to 4 tomorrow, we've got events planned, community engagements planned. We reached out and had Oshkosh Police Departments coming out. They're bringing their SWAT team trucks, police cars. Oshkosh Fire and Rescue's coming out. Army, Navy, Marine Corps, they're coming out. And we really asked all of them to nominate a hero amongst their peers that we could actually give a co-branded Hero NPFL award and just put them on that pedestal that they need to be here in Oshkosh, and just thank them for the job that they do. It's a thankless business. It's a thankless job. I mean, I walked in those shoes forever. And for us and for my team, it's really remarkable to be able to come out and shake these guys' hands and give them a pat on the back and let them know the community cares about what you do. You're educating our kids. You're protecting the communities. You're keeping it safe. What better way to do that than around the lake here in Oshkosh?
No doubt about it. And to pair that, we're going to have our drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. Somebody's life's going to change. They're giving away $425,000 in cash and prizes. I just get upset that Brad Fuller and the gang won't let me actually fish these tournaments. I just get to run my mouth.
I'm a little upset now knowing what's going on here.
It's ridiculous, right? They're just throwing money everywhere. So not only will we be honoring these heroes, but there'll be a lot of fun things for people to bring their families out to not only honor, but to participate in tomorrow, right? They're going to be
100%.
A lot of police vehicles here and different things like that.
Well, so speaking of that, we've got the family environment all set up. So there'll be stuff you can come out and meet, take photos with your heroes, meet them, get to know them. We've got a trick dog show coming out. They're going to set up a 15,000-gallon pool. Starts at 10:40 is the first show through 4 o'clock. It's about a 20-minute show watching these dogs do tricks, jumping off the decks into the pool. We've got a food truck coming out. Ice cream truck's going to be out there. There's the park. There's the playground. There's all the fishing stuff to watch. These guys coming in and out. I got to stand there yesterday watching David and some kid run up to him, shake his hand. And not only that, I'm standing like 10 feet away from a guy who's a legend in the fishing business. And I got to see what my son does with baseball. His fishing hero. You guys brought a hero to him, and he lit up the entire park yesterday to the point that he started yelling to get his dad to come over to meet David. I mean, that was one of the coolest things I saw yesterday.
It's very cool to see the fan interaction with our guys. And a lot of our guys, when we started the year, there were a lot of unknowns with the league, but now they have a following. It's so cool. The guys that have dominated, like a John Hookup, Soakup, the people that are following the NPFL now. And David Dudley, you know, a living legend. We give him a hard time on here.
I gave him a hard time last night. I got to have dinner with him.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but it's very cool to see, especially the young kids. We had a young man. I witnessed the same thing. He actually came to our first event at Lake Eufaula.
Wow.
Made his parents drive him up here on vacation 5 hours to be at the weigh-in yesterday. Came by, reintroduced himself to everybody, talking, high fives, getting pictures. So cool to see that the NPFL, the following that they're.
Well, I got to tell you, dovetailing on what you're telling me, the NPFL, from what I've done, just research and stepping back, when we brought Hero into the world of NPFL, I really appreciate the authenticity of what NPFL is doing with its anglers and it's community engagement, and being able to watch that engagement when you guys drive those boats and those trucks out, do the weigh-ins, and that kid get all excited, brought his dad over, like, oh my God, his fishing hero's standing right here. He was taking photos with him. He was like ready to brag. If the kid was going to cry, I wouldn't have been surprised.
It's really cool to see, but it's also very impressive when those guys pull the trucks and the boats and they're wrapped and we got the music going and Big Al McCullough's
awesome.
dropping the boom on everybody up there.
Yeah.
Everybody's excited. It's very cool to be a part of it.
You guys are really bringing fishing to a whole new generation and bringing it into a world that they understand with the engagement, the social media, the bringing the heroes out, the whole show. What you guys are doing is unlike anything I've ever seen in the fishing game since I've been around now as a sponsor with this.
So Menominee Park is where this all goes down. Hit them with what times they can see all this. I know 10 a.m. is a kickoff, right?
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, I've been out both mornings now at 5:30 in the morning watching these boats launch and come out. You should come out at 5:30 in the morning, start watching that. Be there for the NPFL. They do their prayer. They sing the national anthem. And you're watching these guys gear up and roll out. I would start there. Hero Day starts at 10 o'clock. So if you can get there early, get there early. By all means, grab some space, bring some lawn chairs. Hero will be out there with coffee and stuff. Happy to entertain. I'm happy to talk to people, happy to engage in whatever we need to do. Events for Hero Day kickoff will be done at 4. Obviously, weigh-ins at 2:30 for everything, but we'll be giving out awards and everything right around that time. So there's a ton of stuff going on all day tomorrow. But you'll be remiss if you miss the launch tomorrow.
And in this world, I'm a father. I know everybody that's got kids.
Yep.
You understand everything costs money. Everything costs
100%.
money. When you take a kid, not Hero Day, you can come out. You can meet the NPFL pros. You can meet your local heroes that put themselves out there, put their lives on the line, their family's time with them on the line to be heroes. We're going to honor them. Plenty of things to do. And I've got to put you on the spot with this question. Rumor has it that Fat Cat Newton might be on a unicycle. Is there any truth to that?
I would like to see that. I don't want to confirm or deny that, but
okay.
That's a sight to see.
I have heard tale that he's coming off the water early tomorrow to participate in Hero Day. I've known Fat Cat a long time. There's really no telling what you guys are in for if you come down to Menominee Park
100%. 100%. It's going to be a lot of fun. Come out and meet our team, meet NPFL, meet the anglers, meet the heroes of the community, and let's give them all a boost and a round of applause and just let them know they're all appreciated for everything they do.
No doubt about it. Everybody needs to be thanked for their service in 100%. That world, and we definitely don't do that enough, I feel like, in this country,
yeah.
and hopefully we're
going to fix that.
We can start a precedent here with the league. One more thing I'm going to put you on the spot about. I've seen you out there. You're watching the live coverage. You guys are at this event for the first time. As you watch our list, I'm gonna throw you some names. Keith Carson is up top. He was our day one leader. Had a slow morning. I mean, it's only 10:15.
Yeah,
so
days just
almost
going.
10:15. Yeah, the day's just getting started. A long day for these guys. But Sheldon Collings knocked him down. If you had to pick between Sheldon Collings, Buck Mallory, Keith Carson for a win, who are you picking right now?
Man, you are going to put me on the spot. Are you going to force me to answer that question?
Yeah.
I think you're looking at a fight to the death tomorrow between those three guys. I think Carson's having a good run. I probably, out of those three, I'm probably going to lean towards Carson. But what I've seen in the last day and a half, anything can happen.
There's no doubt about it, especially on a fishery where the weights are this tight. Keith has an advantage to me because he is a veteran, but he won our event number 2, so he's kind of got that killer mentality, so to speak. He knows how to close once he gets a lead, so I think it could be interesting. One thing's for sure, I want to thank you all for what you do for the league. Bringing Hero and Hero Day is going to be something that you folks do not want to miss. Here at stop number 5, Menominee Park, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. You're going to want to be there 10 a.m. Tons of fun to be had. Bring out the family. And now we're going to take a look at the sponsors that make this all possible, like the folks from Hero Beverage Company. And we'll see you on the other side for more live action.
Thanks, brother.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Got 2 so far. Started out the same creek I started out yesterday, and it just didn't work. It's not big enough to hold a bunch of fish, and I felt lucky to get my one bite that I did get in there. It was a decent one, 2 3/4, 2 1/2, something like that. And went to my little secondary deal, flipping toolies, little dead eelgrass mats blown up into some toolies, and got one doing that too. And now we've moved to some docks. Gonna give this a try. That's the only other way I know how to really catch a keeper. Kind of sad. It's been such a grind. I don't know where I'm gonna get my next bite. It's just one of those things. But we keep moving around. I got a few stretches of docks that I didn't fish yesterday. I had all my weight yesterday by 10 o'clock, and it really kind of freed me up to look around a little bit and try some stuff I didn't get to try in practice, and nothing really came of it. So I'm gonna keep doing that same thing. Just keep practicing, pretty much trying different stuff. I'm gonna give these docks a pretty good go though. Just trying to look for that little clearer water. I fished a lot of docks and with algae blooms and just generally dirtier water, and it just didn't seem to be happening. So I actually went to the south end. We've had a predominantly south wind every day I've been here so far, and I think a lot of that algae and that dirty water is kind of blowing up north, because I got bit on a lot of the docks I fished yesterday on the northern side. and it just wasn't happening for whatever reason. And I think it has a lot to do with that little dirtier water. I don't know if they can't see it as well, or they just don't like the algae. I don't know. I'm used to fishing algae. Clear Lakes in California is the worst algae lake you've ever seen, and they love it. But these fish do not love the algae for me. I'm just going to keep bouncing around and keep trying to run into them. It's like you fish 20 docks, don't get a bite, and then you get to the dock, I guess, and you get 2 or 3 bites off of it. So hopefully we can run into that dock that's got a couple keepers on it. I'm gonna fish some willow trees too. I've been catching a couple out of willow trees, you know, but predominantly I'm just gonna stay shallow, keep bouncing around, probably keep this stupid spinning rod in my hand the rest of the day. Just try to fill out a limit. That's my goal today, is just a limit. I think if I can get a limit, you know, I can at least stay up there in the hunt. If I don't get a limit, I might have problems. Keep bouncing around. Gotta run into them eventually.
Bryant walking us through his process, Dudley. Got 14 pounds yesterday.
Less obvious, less good looking docks too. I saw a bunch of guys fishing docks yesterday, and they were all on pretty much the same deal, fishing the docks on the points and stuff like that. So I'm gonna try and fish some not so ideal looking docks and see if that does anything for me.
Brian got off to a quick start yesterday, and they said that allowed him time to go check some areas he didn't get to check in practice, but slow morning so far for the California angler. Only 1 keeper in the boat.
And
talking about that algae bloom you brought up so many times yesterday. Seems to be a common theme.
Jeez, it's shallow here. I got about 5 pounds probably. That's why I need to get that limit. I'd be so happy to get up around that 10-pound mark. That would be awesome. I know it's not going to be easy, but that's the goal for today. At least 10. Not saying it's going to happen, but that's the goal.
Getting off, anytime you are on a lake and you're in a tournament, he mentioned that he got off to a great start and used the rest of the day as a building block.
Crazy how
that decision, you know, during tournament day competition is really a veteran move. You know, you could elect to stay and whatever, pound out that area or just try to expand, but knowing your area and knowing what it's worth, what I mean by what it's worth, the potential that it has, you know, going into day 2, you're analyzing that situation and saying, does this area have enough fish in it for 2-3 days? Do I need to pound it out? Do I need to potentially burn through a bunch of keepers to get to 14 pounds? Should I go to the 14 pounds the first day? We've seen that anything above 4 pounds, or really anything above 3 pounds. Let me back up. It was only one 15-pound bag yesterday. So anything above 3 pounds is a big one, right? And we've seen the main lake pump out a lot of those consistent close to 3 and and some change. We just saw the 4-pounder get caught out on the main lake. But being able to be in a tournament situation and go practice and try to build on it was huge, huge. And another thing he mentioned was watching anglers. When you are out on the water, there's 100+ boats in this tournament, that part of your awareness, Luke, is watching your area, meaning watching, hey, nobody, let's just say there was 10 docks over there on a bank. Part of your awareness is keeping an eye on areas that you want to go to, areas that you want to fish. And if you're over there looking and you saw 2 anglers come down that stretch of boat docks, pretty much you're going to be like, or you can see them come down it, let it rest for 2 hours, and then go over there and fish it. So a lot of your game is not necessarily fishing. Even though you are fishing, you're still playing the game of watching everybody around you, what they're doing, how they're doing it, and it's effective. Looking at Nick here, he has got a spinning rod in his hand. Have we seen that this year, Luke?
Maybe once at Pickwick, but most of the time, no. Braid, power fishing, frogs, flipping, that's
Do you find
Nick's
this
game.
surprising that you see a spinning rod in his hand? He heard me. He heard me whispering, Luke.
Yeah, he's like, he was losing his street cred.
Dudley is bragging on me. Get out of here.
I think Nick is the kind of angler that will do whatever he's got to do to remain consistent. You don't stay where he has been in the AOI race all year.
Well, I just made a move. We finally got up the river here and just had a bite, missed it. I'm gonna mix it up, some smallmouth and largemouth up here.
Thank you for turning that motorcycle off, buddy.
Chatterbait and swim bait.
Nick primarily fished around the main lake yesterday to catch the 12 pounds, 15 ounces that had him in 10th place, but he told me he had a short day yesterday. He was in the first flight. Today, everything's reversed, so he's in the last flight, so he was going to take a gamble, run further up the river today. And that's where we see him now. I'm always impressed with an angler's ability to just scrap what they did on day one, even though it was productive, and roll the dice on a completely new area.
This dude never gets in a hurry. He's not going to have trolling motor batteries dead at the end of the day. My man can fish for 5 days on a thing of trolling motors. If he gets around a bass, he's going to figure out how to catch them. I think it's cool to see different styles of fishermen. I think it's, being able to watch this live and, seeing what they're doing, how they're doing it, how fast are they moving. Like him throwing around this pontoon, right? His first cast was coming down the tune part of it. And
we're gonna idle up.
He, just to me, and you, Luke, I mean, I would have been all up underneath that pontoon, but to him, he was like, no, it's not worth it. And it's just amazing to me to see the different strategies and what people think about in this game and how they approach it.
While Pravana Zach's going to make a move, I'm hearing that our man, Fat Cat Newton, has caught up with two-time winner on the NPFL this year, John Hookup Sokup.
All right, folks, here we are back on the water with John Hookup Sukup. Started day 2 in 34th. John, how's your day going, man? Talk to us.
Yeah, morning was really well. I started yesterday in a different place. Yesterday came over to where I started today and felt like I just got on the tail end of a bite, and I was right. Like I put 6, 7 keepers in the boat without even moving the boat. So somewhere around 11 and a half pounds, and then I popped one on a frog at 2 3/4. So right now, my smallest fish is just like, you know, that 2 pound, 3 ounce range. So I'm spending the rest of my time right now practicing just how to get a big bite. So I'm going to run. Okay, it's 10 a.m. right now. I got till 4. So I may be in 4 different lakes before this day is over. I'm just going to hop, 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 hop. I'm looking to figure out how to get a 3-pound bite. That 2 3/4 pounder is the biggest thing I've had all week long. So practicing today to figure out how to get big fish so I can jump up in that weight.
Teddy's going to go head hunting. You heard it here. The guy's already won 2 this year, and you know you can never count this dude out. Like I say, he's making moves, bebopping and flip-flopping. John Hookup Sukup is doing what he does best. He's showing us why he's here. Appreciate you, man. Good luck.
Thanks, man.
All right, here we go. Let's watch him do something.
From one winner of 2 events to a guy that's trying to win 2 events, Keith Carson.
Oh my God. Stay on. Stay on. Please. Please stay on. Oh, please don't come off. Don't come off. Please. Yes. Oh my God. I picked up the jig for 1 cast. Oh, these are like gold. Oh, he smoked it. It was the only cast I could make because there was just eelgrass everywhere else. It was like 1 cast. Holy freaking crap. Yes. That's a bonus fish. Gosh, look how shallow it is. The poles are like, it's crazy how shallow. Wow. Freaking smoked it. All right. 3-2. Oh man, that's like gold right there. 3 more threes and I'll have 15 again. I'm just gonna throw them in there. Yes.
Carson saying, not so fast, Sheldon.
Let me do something here.
Looks to be a really good call for Keith.
Damn, that was awesome. I was like swimming it, and I see him just come up, woof, and actually got it too. That was so cool, right there on the tip of that stick. I skipped it way back there. That was awesome. Okay, let's just start off like with 1 and 2. Those are good ones. 1 and 2 are good. I think it's between 3 and 4. Which one goes? Okay, so 4 is bigger. Yep, so 4 stays in. So he's bigger, so he stays in. And then this one goes back.
Good call for Carson, adding to that fully
So
loaded
now I've
live
got
well.
1, 2, 3 here, and 2 big ones here, 2 better ones there. That's 5 fish.
Certainly helping his chances at being the second 2-time winner that we've seen in this inaugural season. That stat blows my mind.
Yes.
Honestly, if that was to happen.
Luke, there's a lot of professionals who have been fishing for X amount of years that still do not have a win. You know, and to come away with 2 in 1 season, that's good. But to have 6 events and the possibility of out of the 6, it's only been 2 anglers, doubled up. That's pretty good.
One of which is not leading angler of the year. Think
That's
about
even
that.
more
That's what's
mind-blowing.
crazy.
Yes.
That's a crazy stat to me. Hookup, who's been very consistent. He's not finished out of the money one time. He hasn't really had a bad day not in the AOY lead with 2 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Keith is our unofficial AOY leader, presented by Progressive as of today.
I always cut the knot and then pull really hard because sometimes that tag.
Get another look here at the Big Cat and Big Bad John.
All right, folks, here we are. John Sukup live. Mr. Hookup himself. Doing some stuff, you know, coming into this, man, you think he's a graph guy. He's going to be out fishing graphs. He's going to be offshore. Once again, we're surprised. Here he is. Shallow, son, shallow, where you got to lock the hubs on the boat to get to the stuff. And watching him, he's downside. Somebody's throwing smaller buzz baits. Ned head throwing a 4-inch wacky rig, it looks like. Already got that limit. Got that fully loaded live well. Now he's just hog hunting. And pre-fishing. Seeing what he's going to do tomorrow. Just taking his time, being nice and methodical, doing what he does best. Me, I'm going to do what I do best, just sit back and marinate on this motor cow, take some weight off of these feet. Tired of carrying this show all the time because I don't even know what Luke Duncan and David Dudley do. I'm the one that's always just talking out here, hanging out with the anglers, like superstars like John Hookup, Sukup.
Did you bring me a jacket? We love you, Fat Cat.
Big old blow up. I want to see that famous hook set.
We're waiting on catered lunch, Fat Cat. You're wondering what's coming up next. Some cheese curds are on the way for Double D.
Can't wait till my supper for the sushi dinner tonight when you swipe your card.
From one rod to the next rod. He'll make 4 casts with 4 different lures on the same piece of structure.
A lot of seawalls on this lake, Luke.
Right now we're back.
Seawalls can play a big role.
Bay of a river system. I'm not going to give the juice away just yet. If you know, you know. If you don't, you'll find out tomorrow, Bobby. Back here, he's just been working docks. He said he's got keepers on docks, but he's not looking for keepers. He already got a live well full of good ones. He's trying to find better ones. Coming through here, throwing that smaller stuff. He's targeting smallmouth. That's why he's throwing smaller lures, he said. So already got that fully loaded live well full of largemouth. Now he's looking for them big old brownies. Listen to it. Throwing out a little buzz bait right now. That's a good sound of buzz bait. It's not like they're going to rebuild 302 with hitters. Brat, 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 brat. I asked him earlier. I saw him throwing braid. I was wondering if the braid was because of the water being murkier. He said, no, it's not because of the stain. He said, I'm just tired of getting broke off. He's not affecting his bite. Like I say, the clarity here where we are is, I don't know, maybe like chocolate milk almost, mixed with algae. Oh, whoa. Here we go. I was getting ready to pick a rod up and cast over there for you. Hey, man, listen, I do what I want, all right? All right, had to blow up on that buzz bait, reached down, picked up that small little, I think he just picked up a wacky red Cinco, threw it back over there. Textbook. Ned head, threw a little Ned head over there. All right, folks. I think I got you, man. It's probably all me. I'm on the boat. I have a habit of look at you. There you go. Got it off. Got the lure. I think I need to get out of your boat so I can let you concentrate. Am I messing you up? You don't think so?
I love every second of this. I'm not gonna lie.
Good fish, good fish.
Imagine
Got a fish on, fish on.
Then he brings him luck. Actually, back to the bad luck. He lost the fish.
Just had a good one blow up on a buzzbait. Lost it right at the boat. Come unbutton.
He's definitely standing.
Good fish. You want to go back to what we were saying about me not messing you up? He said he's got it. I'm not messing him up.
Dudley, you fish for big money more than most people in the world. Can you imagine having a fat cat in the back of your boat? Just
Hold on, stop it.
Talking about every single thing you do.
Talk to me.
Oh, good news. That was a 3-pounder I lost. That's horrible, but we've got something figured out here. I mean, that's 2 bites in, 5 minutes, and one of them being a real good. So we'll keep at this a little bit more and, see what we can put together.
10-4. He's going to keep at it, see what he can put together, and then I'm going to get my butt in the other boat and go find somebody else and get on their nerves. Good luck, John.
He's kind of like that Happy Gilmore, the movie Happy Gilmore, when that guy's...
You will not sink this putt.
Yeah.
Back over to Mark Schilling.
Crazy. All right, I don't get a bite here in a minute.
Did I hear the big cat ask
They're not
Soak
down
Up if
in
you
the
wanted to meet him at Sizzler after weigh in today, Dudley? Did you hear that? Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heard it.
Wants Shooter to meet him at Sizzler after the weigh-in.
Perfect right here.
Texas angler Mark Schilling.
All right.
Schilling has been, without having a camera on him yesterday, every shot we've seen with him has been very tight to cover wood. He's moving a lot faster compared to Keith. I'm sure within a lot of this cover there's going to be certain key stretches. Do you think that he's repeating back on some of his water yesterday, or he's a little bit slower of a morning, or do you think he's trying new water and trying to find
a magic tree?
A magic tree, yes.
I think one of the hardest things as a shallow water angler is recycling that water, especially on that isolated wood cover like that. That'd be something that maybe we can ask Mark later today. Is some of the same areas he was in yesterday? We'll catch back up with Mark and the rest of our top 10 after we get a look at our great sponsors that make all this possible with the National Professional Fishing League. Here, stop number 5 at Lake Winnebago, presented by Hero Beverage Company.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack blade.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Getting a look at Bobby Wood, Bobby Lanham. Bobby started the day down in 7th place. Having a slower day today on day 2. Dudley, what would you name your boat? You had to name your vessel. Aqua Turtle's pretty strong. That's also would be an excellent band name, I feel like. Aqua Turtle.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
I'm gonna steal that.
Name of a boat. Wow. probably.
The wacky something.
I truly was trying to, bring in the wacky into that cleverness of a name, but I will get back to you by lunchtime.
With your newfound tattoo look, could it be Wacky Ink? Something
Wacky
like that.
Ink,
I don't know.
Maybe so.
You're free to use that.
Would it be removable ink or permanent ink?
Seems to be pretty permanent to me, Dudley. You can't just buy things like that on Amazon. That's for sure. From the 7th place angler, Bobby Lanham, we're going over to day 1 leader, Keith Carson, trying to stay on top here at Lake Winnebago and win his 2nd NPFL Trophy of the year.
Just a long straight bank line, but out on the main lake, Luke, we laid mention he definitely is the leader. He's not in backwaters. Do you feel that the main lake is going to pump out this winter with consistently close to 3-pounders? Hooked up.
Big one. Another one. Boom. Oh my gosh. What do you know? What do you know?
There we go.
Freaking bonus fish. I'm not even planning on catching these. Oh, this is freaking crazy.
It's crazy.
Yes, that's like a 3 probably. Let's see. I don't know. Where? Oh, it's over here. Hell yeah. Oop. They move. I knew they were gonna move too. Oh, I could read
He's
it.
got to be getting close to the quality that he had yesterday now, Dudley. He's making these calls.
3-1.
Another 3-pounder.
3-1. Yep, I think I'm. Boom. That's 3 threes. Okay, now which one? I think number 4. Nope. Wait, let's see. I'm gonna have to do the beam. Dang it, that was sick. I knew this wind was gonna push me around the corner. That's so cool. All right, let's just start with 1 and 2. Okay, so 2's bigger than 1. So 2 can go back in. 1's smaller. Let's see which one's bigger, number 1 or 4. And 1's bigger than 4. So 4 goes. So 4 goes in. Okay. Sweet. And then which one of these is bigger? I think 2 is bigger than 1. Let's just try to remember. Yeah, 2 is bigger. 1 goes next. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's one thing that, like I've talked about before, but I treat myself like I'm a 5-year-old when I'm counting my fish. You know, there's so many times that guys come in and they're like, I had 6 fish and I didn't know. And, you know, part of that's the boat. You know, this boat has the best live wells. You can open them and see all the fish. You know, and other guys, their boats, like the live well goes in and then it makes a turn and there's like these places that the fish can hide, and it's confusing to me because it's like we buy these boats to fish, to catch fish. And then the live well is the worst part of a $100,000 fiberglass boat. It's like, you know, their marketing is not where it should be, I guess. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but.
What do you mean you treat yourself like a 5-year-old? You just mean you count?
Yeah, so like every time I call, I'm counting, you know. Every time I call a fish, like I'll count again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because, you know, what happens is, well, a couple things can happen. One, you can have 6 fish. If you come in with 6 fish, I don't know what the penalty is. It's pretty bad though. It's like, I think you lose your biggest one or something like that. And then like, I also know other guys who have got to 4 fish and they thought they had 5, and then they were culling all day long with only 4 and had no clue that they didn't actually have 5. Yeah, I know a dude that did that once, one of my buddies, and he's just like, I didn't know. And like, and it's a simple mistake to make. You know, he's not, you know, dumb for doing that. It happens. But after every time you catch a fish, if you do that, you know, one of the things I do is I only keep 5 floats in my boat. Some guys like to keep 6, so when you call number 6, you put that float on number 6, and then because you need the weight of the float to like balance them out. But if I keep 5 floats and only 5 floats in my boat, then, you know, let's assume I have all 5 floats on my fish and they're all not in here, then I know, you know, I've got 5 and I wouldn't have 6 because I would have a float on them. But in this example, like I don't have some floats on some fish, but that's because they're big ones. You know, I'm not going to call those fish out. And if I do, then, well, that would be amazing. But, you know, it simplifies it for me. A lot of times, like when I'm in a tournament, say I'm in Florida, you know, I catch like a 7-pounder, I don't even put a float on it. And then I know for the rest of the day, okay, you know, say I got 4 other small ones, then I'm working with, you know, then I know in the back of my head, okay, I'm just working with 4 floats because that 7-pounder's in there, and forget about them. I try to simplify it as much as I can, you know, keep everything simple. There's all different ways to cull fish. It's kind of crazy. Everybody does it differently too. You know, some guy might say, oh, he doesn't like the way I do it. That's fine. You know, you do it your way, but, you know, it's, whatever you do, just, you know, you gotta count every time. That was awesome. That was freaking so awesome. I flipped in there and he just slammed it. Oh my gosh, yeah, right next to the boat. He smoked it. I just swung him in. Keep him coming. He was hooked almost down in his throat. That one choked it. These conditions change.
Dudley, did you ever watch Sesame Street at all as a kid?
I did.
1,
Yeah.
2. I feel like Keith really could have benefited from that.
He spoke it in fishing redneck terms.
Yes, he laid it out there. But what he is saying, it's always a mistake that you're surprised when guys make it because it's so hard to get 5 in the box a lot of tournaments. But it's certainly a severe penalty, and obviously Keith takes it very serious like most of our anglers do. Cannot make a cast with 6 fish in the box. That's what he's alluding to. From Keith Carson, we're going to go over to the California kid, Bryant Smith. Bryant caught all of his weight yesterday in a small area on a frog. Was only able to get 1 bite there this morning if you're just joining us. And so now he's in practice mode, checking out some docks, running around to a lot of different areas.
Good one.
Hooked up.
That's a keeper. Come here. Come here.
Good fish for Bryant Smith.
They're in the deepest, darkest part. Oh yeah. Of that dock. Nice. It's a little 4-inch stick bait, a little weighted head.
good one.
There we go. Again, Main Lake fish catch. Wow. Look how fat that sucker is.
Come here. Come here. Nice. Boy, they are in the deepest, darkest part. Oh yeah. Of that dock. Nice. It's a little 4-inch stick bait, little weighted head.
As we enter the 11 o'clock hour, Dudley, we're going to take a look back at some of the action from Lake Winnebago so far this morning, and we have had plenty of that. Our leader, Keith Carson.
Stay on, please. Yeah.
Slowly but surely protecting
What do you
that
know
leaf.
about
Flipping smallmouth, something that you don't see in a lot of parts of the country. James Biggs.
Heck yeah. You see that?
Oh my God.
Bridge path.
Stay on. Don't come off. Stay on. Don't come off. Please. Yes. Oh my God. I picked up the jig for one cast.
Seeing a lot of that out of
like
Keith
gold.
this morning so far. And the man that started our show off with a bang.
Oh my God, that's a giant. He
Sheldon
looked
Collins
I told you I'd have that problem.
started the day in second place, looking to be in that top spot after day 2, headed to the showdown Saturday.
Another one.
Carson has a lot to say about that. Going to get a look now at our unofficial top 10. All the anglers are encouraged heavily by me most of the time at the weigh-ins to enter their estimated weights into our Weigh Live Tracker app. And you can see there Keith Carson in the top spot. Texan Donnie O'Neill, an angler we haven't seen yet today on live, but holding down that second place spot. Sheldon Collins, Paul Browning, Luis Fernandez, William Fletcher, Ryan Rhino Chandler, Luke Schrader, James Biggs, and Buck Mallory rounding out our unofficial top 10. And of course, everything will remain unofficial until the anglers get back to Menominee Park to the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough to drop them on the scales. And we will find out who will be in our top 10 headed out into Showdown Saturday with a chance to win $50,000.
Sheldon, do you feel that Sheldon is in practice mode right now, Luke?
I think this is definitely a different area than where he did all of his damage the last 2 days.
The freedom of having that is, of course, magical in a 3-day event, because in practice, it's typically in practice you can find enough for 1 day. Oh my gosh.
There we go. Did you get that one?
I don't know if that'll help, but that was a good time.
That sucker smoked it, dude. So that's what paying attention, man. Like, I don't know if he's gonna help, but I seen a little roll in the duckweed. Like, I didn't see the fish move really good, but just like paying attention is the only reason I caught that fish. I just seen a little swirl in the mat. 224 is my smallest fish. He's gonna be right there around that same size.
It's a healthy fish. All these largemouth are so stocky.
231. Calls out number 2, which is a 224. 2.
That might not sound much like much
Ounces
to
are
you
a big deal in
viewers
this,
at home.
This game.
That's huge for Sheldon. Every ounce is going to come down, you know. It was a 231 versus a 224, so a slight cull.
Well, they're close.
Doesn't appear to be in his primary area.
That's
so it's a
when I'd
bonus.
be,
Changing.
balance beaming. When
Better
they're that
check
close,
just to be sure.
it's balance beam time. Yeah,
It ain't
he might
much,
be doing it.
but they are really close.
Atta boy. We ain't getting ballpark.
Sometimes scales, they work, but all right. So in theory, number 3 should be the bigger one, and it's not. Okay. So I'm glad I didn't make that call. Very glad I didn't make that call.
Double D knowledge right there, coming true.
In there. I knew something didn't look right.
So here's a mistake that I see anglers make, and I've seen it made this week alone. I've seen it happen on live. They
231.
What will happen, Luke, is see.
Ooh. 229. Well,
Okay.
you always got to double check them. I about made a mistake. All right, so he don't help.
So you have what happens is they will
That would've
hook the
been
fish
really
up.
bad.
When you zero
knew
your
something-
scales, Luke, you have to zero it
wasn't
with
jiving.
the clip hanging freely. That a lot of people will hook the fish and they go, "Oh, I forgot," and they just put the chain, put slack in that chain, but it's not weighing the clip. You understand what I'm saying? So let's say that clip is 1 or 1.5 ounces. So they zero it without the clip, and then they weigh it again. So you need to remove the fish, zero your scales with the weight of the clip, then it goes to 0. You see what I'm saying? See how that clip adds that other 2 ounces on it? And if you don't zero your scales with the clip hanging freely, it's not going to give you an accurate account. And I've already seen it happen 3 or 4 times today. Sorry, guys. I wanted to holler through the TV screen and say, zero it with the clip weight, but glad he double-checked it always with the balance beam. TH makes an incredible balance beam. I've put my career on it, but he did the right choice in double-checking. Electronics are good for ballpark, right? Ballpark. Balance beams don't lie. That is the truth. That is the polygraph. That's the polygraph of culling. It don't lie.
You mentioned that balance beam there. Of course, TH Marine, the official fish care provider of the National Professional Fishing League, from the conservation culling system to the oxygenator in the live wells that keeps these bass alive, G-Juice, live well additive, all these anglers out there utilizing all those products to make sure that all these bass are released safe and healthy back into Lake Winnebago, and to avoid those fish care penalties, because
absolutely this is
we put
steep.
a steep penalty, a pound penalty at the NPFL here in the league, and we just shows you the importance of the resource and how serious we take it.
And of course, with Fisherman Central being one of the sponsors, you're able to find that on fishermancentral.com if you don't have the balance beam. Think about that $20 price could potentially have saved him $50,000 at the end of this tournament.
No doubt about that.
$20 or $50,000, $20. So head over to fishermancentral.com and check out if you do not own.
Use code David Dudley 90 for a 90%. No, that's not true.
Just tell Fisherman Central I sent you there.
I feel like if you put in the comments on your Fisherman Central order, David Dudley sent you, A, somebody there is going to say, who? And B, they're going to charge people more money. It's just my take on it, Double D.
Out there risking his life for me.
And it's great camera work. Addicting to watch that frog. You just know what could happen at any second.
By bass. But no 4-pounders yet.
Scott with that camera, he does not play around, does he? I think he gets just as excited as we are watching that. He likes to keep it on the anglers, but every time Scott gets around somebody with a frog, he is going to be dead on it. Yeah, Scott was thinking about his cameraman Luke was actually thinking about calling in pizza, but they wasn't open yet, you know.
Well, Sheldon got on it quick, and he was thinking, hey, our job's going to be done. We're going to go to the dock at Menominee Park. We're going to have some pizza, hang out with Big Al McCullough, maybe hang out with Paul Benson. You just never know.
I want you guys to watch this frog, and when you are frog fishing, if Scott, there you go, thank you, Scott, tighter. Go ahead.
I think that's a big one. I don't know though. He looks big. He's long. Yeah, that'll help, I think. Come on, be close to a 3-pounder, buddy.
Hopefully we'll get another shot here, and I want to teach you
I
guys
wasn't paying
something
attention
about
on that one. I just heard one blow up on it. I think I was looking out that way and I heard like a toilet bowl flush. I don't know if he's gonna help. Did you get that one? Boy, you're on top of it today, aren't you?
Shout out Scott.
I love it.
All right, see how he didn't zero with the free?
It's fun catching them now.
It's dangerous.
Might as well have fun while we're out here.
You have to zero it with that clip. See how he lifted up, zeroing?
Come on, scale.
See how
He's getting
he
thirsty.
dropped it in? You have to weigh that clip in with it. Man, my heart's cringing. That could be a 50 grand mistake.
But he don't look as big as that one I just tried to get out of there. Number 2.
There you go. Get the tree.
I don't know why that one's all upside down. He just don't look as big. They're all cookie cutters. We'll try it again though. All right. So according to the scale, number 3 should be bigger. Just leave that sucker out. Okay. Do this real quick.
There's a huge scale, by the way.
What's that?
It's a big scale.
Oh, this call beam. Number 3 should be bigger, but he's not. So I don't know what's going on with my scales.
I did. You're not.
Okay. Well, guess we'll just eye them all. He ain't bigger than that one. Just check 2. They're about the same dang size. We'll put 5 up there, see what he looks like. Come on. Yeah, 5.
Dudley, you seem to be frustrated with the scale situation. You're tensed up over here.
I love Sheldon, but my heart is
That's a good thing
right
about
now
this call
because
beam.
he's
I mean,
basically
it is so
making
touchy. So I mean, if it weighs an ounce more,
bad decision.
It's gonna tell you.
He's got the beam out though. That tells the truth. All those close calls.
2,
He's got the polygraph
3, 4, and
balance
5.
beam. It don't lie.
Well, he ain't gonna help again. But it's always a fun day when you're throwing them back because they ain't helping. Thanks. Yep. Thanks for hanging out. Yep. I mean, these are all good fish. We're just hunting a big one, but see, the deal with up here, it's such a far run that I won't be able to do it tomorrow with the weekend and all the no wake zones, so I'm not really, I mean, I just can't come back here tomorrow, so I'm not worried about burning up some 2-pounders, which they would probably help tomorrow, but I can't get up here because it takes so long as it is. So we're just gonna keep on jerking on them in hopes that.
While Sheldon sorts it out and gets that game plan ready for tomorrow, we're going to get into that on the other side of the break. He's talking about this long run and these no-wake zones. That's something we've got to hit on, Double D. But first, we're going to take a look at these NPFL sponsors that make NPFL Live and these events possible. We'll see you on the other side for more frog action from Lake Winnebago.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago. And Richard Cooper working over some of the many docks that line Lake Winnebago.
Starting to see a lot more dock action today, huh, Luke? We mentioned yesterday, talked about a little bit about the docks and from the guys that we were covering, it wasn't as many people fishing docks, but getting a look at the top 10 anglers today, besides Shelton, is it fair to say that hard cover is playing the biggest role?
For sure. We saw Buck Mallory earlier with the biggest fish of the day off of a dock.
But, yeah.
Keith Carson's working the docks.
Just hard cover.
Trees.
Yep, trees,
rip
rap.
Soak up on docks.
Right, rip rap, seawalls. Like hard cover seems to be the dominant player versus grass. And again, we're speaking majority, not minority, and Sheldon is definitely in, grass. But of the top 10, hard cover seems to be playing a bigger role.
So something that Sheldon touched on right before we went to break, he was talking about this secondary area he's in right now was a very long run from his first area. He said he will not get to go there tomorrow. For those at home, the rivers that are attached to Lake Winnebago have a ton of no wake zones that are only in effect on the weekends because the immense boat traffic. It's a safety reason. So these runs that are already really, really far, some of these guys running 50, 60 miles, they're not going to be able to make those runs tomorrow and get back to weigh-in time. And the area that Sheldon has done some of his recent damage in is way far away, the Menominee Park here in Oshkosh. And there's several of our anglers that are going to be in that same situation. Just from talking to the guys at the weigh-in yesterday, they caught their fish a long ways up those rivers. That traffic's going to really increase tomorrow, and then those no wake zones will be in effect. And you got a guy like Carson that's just right on Winnebago. Like we see Cooper here.
Starting to see a little bit more wind action out there today, this afternoon. Now, it's been calm, of course, depending on where you're at, but a lot calmer today. I mean, look, this morning than do now.
Tomorrow we have a 50% chance of storms, so the anglers could see some rain, some wind tomorrow. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Going to be a little bit of a curveball on Showdown Saturday weather-wise. Cooper looks to make a move. Over to Timmy Reams. Working some of that duckweed, milfoil.
So, we're just fishing what looks good. Honestly, I didn't fish in here yesterday. I got 4. Just caught my 4th one right back there. Off that dock back there. We'll fish these couple docks that guy just fished. And then or run somewhere else. Caught several shorts. So, sun's good and high now, so now's the time to break out the old Dudley worm and go to work, as they say. So, we'll see what happens. An old wacky worm. Should be one on this dock. I mean, I'm sure it's been fished already 50 times, and someone probably already snatched it. But I guarantee you, at some point, there was a fish on this dock. This dock looks really good. Problem is you gotta hit the holes like where you don't get all this freaking grass on you, and you got real small pockets that you can actually get your worm down through.
Reams going back and forth between the docks and a frog. Some of the duckweed and grass that grows in a lot of the residential areas here on Winnebago.
That was a good cast.
While Timmy Reams tries to figure out a way to add to the fully loaded live well, he's working on the big cats out there doing work, and he has called up with Arkansas's Paul Browning out on Lake Winnebago.
All right, folks, here we are back on the water. This time we're with Paul Browning. We ran up Fox River. We're back in the Big Bay. Ain't gonna tell you exactly where because Paul is on him. He's got that fully loaded live well over 13 pounds, doing what he loves to do, flipping that fight frog by Big Bite Baits. When I first met him, watched it, followed him, and you follow that, he told me then that was his bait. He'll live and die by that bait. How's it been working out for you so far today, Paul?
Been going pretty good, man. Getting lots of bites. Finally caught a good one, about 3 1/4 or so. I broke a good fish off earlier today, but it's going right. It's going the right direction. Yesterday I left these fish actually and tried to go catch a big smallmouth on the big lake, and I may have messed up doing that. It may have cost me a couple pounds. I think I could have had 14 or 15 yesterday, but we'll just keep going, and hopefully I'll get another good bite. I got one tree that's got some really good fish on it, but I'm saving them for tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm gonna need that stretch of bank because I've been beating this down pretty good today. I got this and one other little stretch of grass that's been producing fish, and I had my limit on the first stretch, and I come over here to Cole, and I did exactly what I was supposed to do, and I cold, and just need to get another good one.
I feel that wind picking up, man. That wind's supposed to pick up as the tournament progresses today and tomorrow. Is that wind going to help you or hurt you?
It's actually going to help me because the stretch that I got that I'm saving is out of the wind, and it's hopefully it just don't get cloudy on me. If it gets cloudy, it might hurt it. I need the sun out for them fish, but I think they're still there. It's I think I had 30 bites in there during practice on that 100-yard stretch, so hopefully it holds up for tomorrow. I need it.
I hear you, man. Hopefully it does, man. I wish you the best, my friend. I'm going to get in the back of the boat, watch you do work, and jack a few big belly Kellys and show off on the camera. How's that sound?
It sounds good, man. Let's do it.
All right, buddy. Let's do it.
Good stuff from the Big Cat and Paul Browning. Over to California's Bryant Smith. Started the day in 3rd place. Abandoned the area that he did all of his damage in yesterday early this morning and has been on the hunt ever since.
I'll still never understand this lake. Why are they on those docks and not these ones? On a map, these ones are actually better.
Dudley Bryant looks to be in one of those algae bloom areas you've been talking about. Just that almost pea soup green color, you know, I would call it. Just not that clarity. Just a little bass tank breakdown, Dudley, on what this algae bloom means to all these anglers out on Lake Winnebago.
So within this lake, all lakes have algae blooms, okay? You have good and bad algae blooms. This is not like a bad algae bloom that would kill off things. But if you can look in this water, I can't even begin to tell you. You can see those tiny particles in there just that cloud up the water. It knocks down the clarity. And that's what you've been hearing some of these anglers talk about. And what's happening is that will cause these fish to suspend, whether they're offshore or suspend in 2 to 3 foot of water. You know, a lot of anglers could be fishing underneath of them.
Nice.
They could be fishing over top of them. But there's a certain light penetration that's going to happen within this algae bloom, and those fish are going to get in that light zone to where they're comfortable at. And let's just say you were throwing a drop shot or something on top, they're not going to see that lure as well as they would if. So you pretty much got to come across their nose. So his choice of docks in this algae bloomed area part of the lake is a smart choice because he's pinpointing the bass. The bass are going to be right here. If you're fishing an offshore hump with the algae bloom, you can't really pinpoint them. They could be to the left 5 feet, to the right 6 feet, or whatever it may be, and you can miss that opportunity. But Luke, the wind is picking up, and with the wind picking up, it can shift that algae bloom to one side of the lake or the other. And possibly what you could see is he's still in a calm area. I'm not sure of the direction of the wind today, but in some parts of the lake we can see wind happening. And with that wind shift, it can shift that whole lake algae bloom and expose that area of the lake, and it becomes clean. And you can see those bass that were up shallow in that algae swimming everywhere. So an area of that lake could potentially be tomorrow opened up into a virgin water, like in a virgin area, and just by simply going to the opposite side of the wind because of the algae bloom.
We got a double D deep dive on the algae bloom for the Bass Tank breakdown. Good stuff there. Thanks to the Bass Tank for supporting the National Professional Fishing League. And be sure to check out the Bass Tank for all your marine electronic needs. From Bryant Smith, we go over to Richard Cooper. He's having a slow morning so far. Trying to mine those Lake Winnebago docks for all they're worth. He started the day in 9th place. Smalley on the docks.
Rather barely.
That's keeper number 2 for Richard of the day.
You know, we've
hooked up.
This good. Yep. Doing a little Dudley tangling.
David Dudley, hot mess of the day right here, nominee. One thing we've seen, these smallmouth definitely travel in packs. Hear those waves starting to build a little bit.
Ain't much to them, but it's 4.
Actually, it's 4th fish there. I was wrong. We had Richard on the Way Live app
You realize
with only
it's the
one
4th
fish.
time we fished this stretch, right? Do you realize that? The 4th time. And now they finally show up. This ain't the right size.
Oh, they the right size if you put them in the live
Yeah,
box.
they're going in the box.
We'll go back and fish where we started. Why they gotta do that to me? Make me wait all day.
Looks like he's pitching a finesse jig around those Winnebago docks. Such a diverse fishery, and it's so cool to me. We've seen Keith Carson flip up a big smallmouth today. We've seen Richard on the docks catching smallmouth. We saw Bobby Lanham this morning on a spinnerbait, super shallow. It's just really neat to see, because when you think smallmouth, primarily up north, you're thinking big water, little bitty, drop shots, small baits, looking at live scope. You know, that's kind of been the norm, and these guys are power fishing for smallies. Very interesting.
I don't think, definitely. I don't think they have necessarily their mindset of, hey, I'm gonna fish this dock for a smallmouth. But I think this algae bloom definitely has a lot of these small. We've seen Keith Carson flip up a 215 smallmouth out of a willow tree. Come on. When does that? Maybe during the spawn of the year, but not in August. You know, flipping up smallmouth. He definitely pulled up here. A wolf pack of smallmouth could have, he collided with them right as a wolf pack came up underneath that dock. It's not a thing. I don't think it's a thing that they wasn't there. Smallmouth are always on the move. Let's get real. He happened to time it when a wolf pack of smallmouth was coming by. They were underneath the dock for just a little bit. He banged 2 in a row. I think the mindset of these guys right now with what's going on in this lake is just, how can I get a bite? And it's no doubt the smallmouth don't mind playing with jigs. They don't mind playing with what you would typically catch a largemouth in.
No doubt about it. While we watch Cooper retie here and get ready to try to pinpoint some more of those wolf packs of smallies on the Winnebago docks, we're going to take a look at our great sponsors that make all of this possible. And we'll see you on the other side for more live fishing from Lake Winnebago.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
The steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lakes, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago. Nick Provanizak came in the event second place in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. Had a slow start to day one, but then capitalized on an afternoon bite that landed him in the top 10. Kept his hopes alive for that Progressive AOY title that we will give away at stop number 6 out at Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma. We're going to check back in with Mr. Bobby Wood. Bobby Lanham, Kentucky angler. Familiar scene from Bobby Wood.
I wonder how many times he's did a typewriter action on that riprap. Up, down.
Dudley, we've seen Bobby work down this riprap and then he goes back out to the point. It's actually on the causeway of the bridge, hooked up. Another shallow smallie.
Is that our first look at a bladed bait?
Look like a chatterbait.
that thing goes so bad. He's about to pull a Jim Bitter if he measures.
I'll have to check him again later.
Sometimes what he means by that, you can put them in the live well and they will relax a little bit more if he's, you know.
Look like a line burner.
A line burner. They say you can relax them up a little bit and put them back in the live well. Have you ever experienced that?
Oh, yeah.
I have too. I've done it a few times.
I've had a lot of fish in my career that have been really close to measuring, Dudley. A lot more than you have. I don't think David Dudley has to measure most of his keepers. Bigs only for the 4-time AOI. Multi-millionaire bass fisherman, David Dudley.
So here's a stat for you. Despite the millions that I have won, I have only won big fish one time in my life.
Really?
Career. One time. And I don't even count that as a title. You know, you win big fish for a day. It's kind of like a little title, right? In 28 years, I've won big fish one time in my career. And that was during a Everstart. And it was during a cut day at Kentucky Lake where the third day they actually paid big fish on the third day also. They don't do that now, but they did back then. So it wasn't even against a full field. It was on a pop R. I made a cast and the boat was drifting. So I started to reel the pop R in so it wouldn't get hung up. And I see this huge wake coming in behind it. I stopped the pop R and it was 7 pounds something, caught it on a pop R. That's the only big fish title of my career, and I think it was against 30 people.
From Bobby Lanham over to Buck Mallory, who, speaking of big fish, is potentially our Big Bite Challenge big bass holder right now. Big bass leader, of course, Sheldon Collins weighed in at 410 yesterday. But Buck got fish over 4 today. As we get a look at one of David Dudley's houses he bought with his millions he won. Bass fishing. It's a nice spread, Dudley.
Here we go.
Hooked up.
They're getting bigger, but they're still not 14. Just because he's girthy, I'm going to measure him, but I know he's probably 12 or something.
Girthy.
11 and a half even.
I like that, Luke. I think there's a lot of...
One of these times, it's going to be like a 3. And I'd rather have to sort for those last 2 doing this than what I did yesterday when I was fishing the afternoon. I literally went like 2 hours without a bite. So this is way better. %, yeah. It keeps you interested, keeps you relaxed. We got a lot of bass in the area at least. I'm not gonna lie though, I haven't had this many small fish bite all week. So that makes me a little nervous. But once again, all it takes is just 2 more bites that have to be the right ones. Jeez, oh Pete, there's a lot of little ones up in here. I thought that was a bluegill biting it too. Right now I'm wishing I had that 12-inch limit instead of 14.
Buck on an area with lots of bites, which keeps your head in the game, to say the least, on what has been a tough fishery at times for a lot of our anglers.
That one might keep.
Man.
How many
4
is
in
that
a
off
row?
this one dock? 3?
If only I had Keith Carson to help me count these.
I don't think he's going to make it either. Just look at how fat he is. Look at that belly.
1.
It's got a lot of girthy.
I wish he would make it, but I think he's going to be like 13. 12 and 3/4.
Not enough length there.
Here's where I'm going to say there's going to be a keeper somewhere.
Looks like he succeeded. Scared his geese away. Them dang geese out there pooping in his yard. Guaranteed, that's like the highlight of his day. I think that was another little one. He was just felt like it was swimming just a little bit. Man.
Buck works this area over where he's getting a lot of bites. There have been a lot of bites to be had out there on Winnebago and the connecting rivers. And we're going to take a look back at some of the action as we enter the 12 o'clock hour, that afternoon delight, Dudley. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights presented by Progressive Insurance here on Lake Winnebago.
Get him in the boat. It's a keeper. That's a keeper.
As Buck swings one in right there. He just stealing all my thunder, Buck. Come on, man. I set that up on a tee for you.
Not very big.
He said he
Still
wanted
a
to be
keeper.
part of that highlight film.
But he's heavy.
Here's you one for your highlight.
So I'm not mad. This fish has got to be 2 pounds, and he's only like 14 and a half inches. I'm going to double check. He's
Look at that!
14.
Look at that
I
fish.
don't want to get ahead of myself. 14 and 3/4. Would you believe that I actually
See if he
do
zeroes
construction at home, so I kind of have an idea how
Yep,
long
he
things are?
zeroed the clip. Now this will be as accurate as you could be.
What do we got? I guess pretty close too. 209.
Good fish.
So, hey,
14 and 3/4 inch.
209.
209.
That's a big one.
Yep, number 4. Just gotta find
Dudley,
number
do you
4s.
want to throw it to highlights right here since I did such a good job and then Buck stepped on it?
As we're winding down close to the 12 o'clock hour, we are going to bring you in with the highlights from this morning and brought to you by David Dudley.
Yeah, I like it. Let's check out Lake Winnebago. A lot of action from Sheldon, Collins.
You get that one? Number 3 should be the big
Frogging,
one.
swim jigging,
It's not.
power
Okay.
fishing.
So I'm glad
Oh,
Sheldon. I think that's
great camera work.
Yeah.
Showing us what
That'll
all
help.
bass fishermen like. That's those top water blow-ups, especially on a frog. So much fun. Sheldon made a climb early today. Got it done. Ryan Smith abandoned his starting area very early, Timmy Reams we've seen with the Dudley program, that wacky worm, that spinning rod. Also mixing in a frog. Brian Smith.
Really good.
Mark Schilling. Texas angler. Nice fish there. Mark, no stranger to our top 10. Look over to Timmy Reams.
Dudleying it up with the wacky worm.
A David Dudley hot mess of the day, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Did look like Dudley there.
Dang. A good
downfall about fishing dock.
Go, Pack, go.
The fact that people
Found Stuart Arthur's boat. Nope, Brian Smith. Decided to work the shallow dock program. Mark Schilling focusing on same type cover as we've seen the leader, Keith Carson, spending a lot of time on some of the trees can be found around Lake Winnebago. Bobby Wood, Bobby Lanham, who we've seen pretty much just set up camp at this bridge. You see a brim bed there, some of the local fish that these bass key on there, those brim, Dudley, lots of patterns going on out there, but so far kind of a two-man race between Sheldon and Keith today. If you had to pick right now, who has the best chances going into Showdown Saturday?
I'm going to have to go with Keith. And even though I feel Shelton is on the biggest group, I'd say the most populated area, I'm still going to stick to Keith because dealing with the actual Lake of Winnebago, the size has been tremendous out there. The ratio of non-keeper versus keeper, pretty much when these guys out on that main lake of Winnebago are setting a hook, it is the potential of a 3-pounder or better. We saw him catch a 4.10, or no, a 4 1/4 today out there on the main lake. So I'm sticking with Keith. I don't know about you, but I feel that Shelton is definitely going to rock their world tomorrow. Will it have enough 3+ pounders in it? I don't know.
Well, of course, everything unofficial. We've been taking a look at our unofficial Way Live app all day long, and that leaderboard keeps shuffling as guys enter their catches in because they are scared to death that I'm going to say something to them at the weigh-in. But we're going to take a look now at where we stand at this 12 o'clock hour on the unofficial leaderboard. Not a lot of changes. Keith Carson, who started the day in first place, unofficially up there. Of course, we're talking Keith and Sheldon. Donnie O'Neill making a lot of noise. He started the day in 6th place. There you see him in 2nd place now. Of course, Sheldon in 3rd. Now, this is all unofficial. I think Sheldon's got a little bit more weight than he's been alluding to on the Way Live app. Bryant Smith in 4th place. Paul Browning, Luis Fernandez, Mark Schilling, William Fletcher, Ryan Chandler, and New Jersey's Luke Schrader rounding out that unofficial top 10. And, of course, everything will remain unofficial until that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough at Menominee Park this afternoon. And we're going to see who's going to leave Menominee Park in the top 10 headed into Showdown Saturday with a chance at $50,000 and a beautiful trophy, Dudley. It's going to be an awesome Showdown Saturday. Come down to the wire. Brandon Perkins, the last event, we had to build some drama because he had a huge lead. Not going to be the case tomorrow on Lake Winnebago.
Definitely not the going to be the case tomorrow. Anytime you got that kind of a spread or situation, it leaves room for shakeup.
There's no doubt about it. And I think realistically, anybody in our top 5, top 10 tomorrow has a chance to take home that trophy because, as you saw, there was only a pound difference between 10th and 2nd yesterday. So not a lot of room for error if you're Keith Carson, Sheldon Collins, Donnie O'Neill, the guys up top. Of course, shakeups all over the place, not only in just the event standings, but in the Angler of the Year standings. If you're just joining us, our leader coming into this event in the Progressive Angler of the Year, David Gaston, goose egg yesterday. Put a 0 on the board, which gets him no points, puts him down there in last place. That's what he was in going into day 2. Keith Carson, our tournament leader, we can presume, took over the Angler of the Year lead with that. Keith's been hanging around all year, so really changed the dynamics of the entire Progressive AOY race just on day 1 at Lake Winnebago.
But even though Keith is sitting at the top, we got to talk about Nick. Come on. Unofficially, by Luke's math,
which is not good. Let's just be honest.
Unofficially, with Luke's math, we have Keith in with a 2-point lead over, and we all know
after day 1.
After day one. Now, we all know in fishing, 2-point lead is literally nothing. I'm going to call it
2 places in the standings.
That's just
ultimately.
really 2 ounces separation. So, yes, we got to talk about Nick a little bit. Keith has been very consistent, but so has Nick. Nick has not faltered. It's like a broken record. I say this time and time again. You cannot have not even one bad day. So you're fishing 6 tournaments at 3, 18. Are you impressed with my math? I do know 6 times 3 is 18. And you got to have 18 days of perfection. Of absolute perfection, flawless making decisions, and that's what's so cool. I think amongst anglers, the Angler of the Year is the most, I feel like the most prized possession. You can be a tournament winner here or a tournament winner there, call them one-hit wonders sometimes that may only come away with 1 win in their career, but the Angler of the Year, somebody who can take a certain amount of days and never falter, is what is considered the most prized. So I'm excited to see who is not going to falter. Dave, we give you a hard time all year. We're going to give you a little bit of a hard time today. Maybe you should have wore your pink shorts. I don't know, but I hate to see your day. My heart was broken as well as Luke is, but there's going to still be 2 more days. We're halfway through the first day. You never know what could happen.
And, of course, one more event after this, Grove, Oklahoma, Grand Lake, to decide not only that Progressive Angler of the Year, but who our top 25 from the overall standings will be to go to the first ever NPFL championship. We've got 2 races going on, but right now it's a race for $50,000, and we're going to take a look at our day 1 leader, Keith Carson, and check in and see how his afternoon is going on Lake Winnebago. Keith sticking with that same willow tree program we've seen him with all day.
Got him. Stay on, please. Please stay on. Yes! Yes! Freaking giant smallie. What you know about that tree?
Another smallmouth.
Same freaking tree. Oh, you got me.
That tree is the magical tree.
There's no doubt about that.
Yes. I bet this is the same one that I just lost right there. I bet he just switched trees.
My man. The ninja has spoken.
3 even.
Getting closer to that 15-pound mark that we saw on day 1.
I guess I put him on a float and put him on this side.
Set
I'll
to
put him
hook
on
a
float
3-pounder.
number 3 because he weighs
Winnebago.
3.
Lake
Dang, he freaking smoked it. You see how hard they fight? Oh, I love these guys.
Keith Carson lives
These
in
are
a
my
state
favorite fish
where
to catch.
smallmouth don't exist, too. I'd like to point that out.
Let me see. I think it was number 2. I think it was number 2 that goes next. But let's see. Real quick. Oh, it's way over here. It's crazy. Like, something told me, like, come back now. I come back to the tree. It's like money. Okay, so number two is way bigger. Okay. Oops. Oh man. All right, so number 2 goes in with that guy. And number 1 goes next. All right. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't even know what to say. We got 14.5 pounds right now. It's unreal. It's like, I don't know how I find this stuff. I don't know how I figure it out. I don't really know anything, but you know, I do know that when I have a clue on something, I just like don't let up. I exploit it. Exploit it and deplete it. Those are my 2 big words this year. Deplete everything. Yeah, let's get that off. Freaking giant, dude. Hell yeah. Damn, my glasses, I couldn't even see. Couldn't even see the fish.
Luke, we offshore, there's always sweet, you know, like we talk about having one cast
more.
or, you know,
Like literally.
You know, one
more
cast
3.
situations. Here we
And
are with
I think I'm done.
shallow water one cast. I find it fascinating that both species
stuff,
are congregated in a one cast willow-tree.
Unbelievable situation. If Keith is able to keep this going through day 3, has there ever been an event one off of one tree, basically, Dudley? I don't know.
Mike Alton.
Mike Alton.
In a Bassmaster event at Lake Martin had one magical
I
tree.
remember
Terry,
that.
remember, or was it Terry? What was that? Mike Alton and Terry. We're showing our age because
we are showing our age. We're going to throw from one guy, Keith Carson, who is fishing trees, to Mark Schilling, another guy, Dudley, that's fishing trees. Same patterns. Both of these two have been in our top 10 consistently all year. I feel like we've covered Mark Schilling as much as we have anybody. Caught a giant stringer at Pickwick out there offshore cranking.
He getting way back in there. It almost looks like miles. I've never fished this lake, but it just looks like miles of that willow tree stuff.
That's big.
That is a big one.
Get in here. Yes, that's a kicker. Look at that toad. Oh my goodness. Bam. Look at that one, boys. That's a solid 3.5. Number 5. Whew. That's what I'm talking about.
Fully loaded live well from Mark Schilling. Fireworks.
Thank you, Lord. Yes.
On Lake Winnebago.
Now we're back in this game. Now we're back in here.
Going to update that Way Live app for us, Dudley. We always appreciate that. While he updates that Way Live app, we're going to take a look at our sponsors that make all of this possible here at the NPFL. We thank each and every one of you for joining us to watch live fishing, and we'll be back on the other side with more from Lake Winnebago.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
And we're back out on Lake Winnebago with Richard Cooper. We saw Richard going a little flurry not long ago. Back
Scared
over
me.
to
I walked up
Sheldon
on my
Collins.
socks
So a 4-pounder, if you're gonna come, now would be a good time.
Yeah.
I'm
Still
gonna say
in the
he
same area.
He has had the funnest day of anybody.
Cruise on back. Too bad it wasn't a 4-pounder.
4 pounds of weed.
Yeah, all together he'd be about 4 pounds.
Ram them weeds down his throat, man.
Yep.
No, don't do that.
Yeah. Dude, my finger is messed up. I have to switch hands. Golly.
I think Sheldon's referring to the fact that he's got some bass thumb, Dudley. Cry me a river. That's what I say about that. When you caught so many bass that your hands are actually
It's almost
raw.
like somebody complaining that they got to pay taxes. Give me that problem. I wish I could pay $10 million in taxes every year. You know? Oh man, I had to pay.
The IRS is listening to this. Yeah, if anybody at the Internal Revenue Service is listening to David Dudley, I volunteer him as tribute to pay my taxes as well.
So anyways, yeah, come on, 4-pounder.
Come on, you don't want to stop playing with these underage freaking bass.
I know. Pretty embarrassing. Whoa, that was about bad. Uh-oh. I seen one move. Don't worry, buddy, I'm coming for you. After I catch your cousin over there. Yeah, it is.
Take that all day.
You and me both. We're gonna get a lot of it tomorrow. I hope.
Is that the rumor?
That's the rumor. It's supposed to blow like 20 tomorrow.
Serious?
Yeah.
Man, that lake's gonna be treacherous.
Hopefully we can get out of the dang ramp.
Listening to Sheldon, you know, there's always a lot of different apps you can look at, but based on what Sheldon is saying, 20-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow, Luke. Do you feel that Keith and Mark Schilling, some of these Main Lake fishermen, are going to be hurting with that tomorrow?
Could be affected by it for sure if they're in the wrong corner of this lake. Because
yes.
you'd be better suited having a surfboard, I would assume, out on Winnebago when it blows that hard.
It almost puts my favor back in Sheldon's hands. I know I said Keith would be tough,
I
but
don't know what happened to all the
based on the wind conditions, it could blow his tree lines out.
Not at all.
I would like to back up and say, though, Dudley, and this is for a sushi dinner, that you did pick Keith Carson, so no backpedaling now.
Oh, man, I was hoping to slide that one by you.
No backpedaling to my pick, which is Sheldon Collins. So.
Fish this thicker stuff when the sun gets up.
I stated that about 8:15 this morning. We probably have the footage.
But them big ones, they get up underneath it when the sun comes out. And duckweed, it's like super, super thin. So they just kind of float underneath it.
We need Scotty to zoom in on that frog as he was doing earlier. I'd like to explain the duckweed to them.
Well, I'm happy with what I got, but it sure would be nice to upgrade one more time. Get me right there around 14 again. Just the more I catch today, the less I'll have to catch tomorrow. I feel like tomorrow's gonna be pretty tough. It's gonna be very stressful with the idle time. Just go ahead and catch about a 7-pounder and don't worry about it.
That'll not be the lake record. Come on, Scotty. Zoom in on that.
One's coming for it. He ain't very big though. Another little baby anchor. These old big moms at?
Looking at where he's fishing at, Luke, you got what you call ponds.
Right there's one.
In that grass area. So if you look, you see open water. His boat is relatively sitting in open water. And a lot of times you got to play the day and saying, are they going to be in the open water pond area? Are they going to be in, there's like, if you look down below him, there's isolated patches of dollar pads, and you got duckweed. He's not making many casts around in the what you would call open ponds. You know, it's been bright and sunny and slick, so it makes sense. But anytime you're in an area like this, you need to keep yourself honest instead of pulling in and saying, hey, I'm just going to throw a frog over top of these mats. Them things move around a lot in those mats, and a lot of times you'll get in that same area and every bite will be in the pond area where his boat's sitting at, not even in the grass. So if you had a lot of frog bites in an area like this, and you get there the day of the tournament and you're not getting bit, make sure you keep yourself honest and throw in those big open ponds, because they'll just come out from underneath the mat and float around.
Now, on a cloudy day like we're going to have tomorrow, will those open water areas within these mats become more important?
Yeah, I think the two biggest things that affect mats fishing is clouds and temperature. These northern fish, cold fronts probably don't bother them as much, right? They're used to cold fronts, cold water, northern strain largemouth. But when you go south, the two things that affect mat fishing is clouds and temperature.
I don't even know why I jerked on that one.
That's for the fans only.
Yeah.
Crowd.
Yep.
They're all at home going, ooh.
As Sheldon plugged some
And
of his
another
social media
miss.
there, we're going to take a look at James Biggs. Get a little bass tank breakdown.
Gosh.
Talk about this, Dudley. You mentioned earlier
I
the
understand.
migratory routes and what role bridges play on a lot of reservoirs across the country. We've seen Big spend a lot of time on this one today, and we see Jeff Barth, another local angler, sliding in there to share this bridge with Biggs. Talk about bridges for the bass tank breakdown.
Bridges to me are always going to hold fish. Every bridge every bridge in this world will have fish around it. It's typically always built where channels are at, where creek channels are at. So it's going to allow that a bridge to have fish coming in or going out always. But bridges can also be a defensive move. We talk about this game being a game of chess. Something as obvious as a bridge is also can be played out as a defensive move in the game of in any game that you play, and I can relate it to in racquetball. I play a lot of racquetball. You have offensive shots and defensive shots, and in fishing, a lot of your choices that you make, you may not have had much going. You don't know where to go. A defensive move would be like, hey, I'm just going to go to a bridge and fish a bridge. And, having that decision to go to is always, it's going to keep you.
My 2 walleye outweigh my 5 bass so far.
Biggs with a small limit today. As you talk about that defensive fishing, on these bridges, when you make a decision to set up shop, like we've seen Biggs do all day, is that because, like, we've seen him catch multiple species, like a walleye, he's got smallmouth, he's got largemouth. Is that because so many fish are coming in and out of these areas? If you set up shop all day, you're giving yourself the best chance at picking them off as they come through?
Absolutely. There's certain lakes that bridges play a big role in. We mentioned earlier about Lake Gunnersville. Gunnersville is extremely popular with bridges. This lake, he's shown that he's bouncing from bridge to bridge, being able to catch a lot of fish doing it. I don't know his practice. I don't know everything that he did, but catching fish off of bridges, obvious places that are set up in creek channels is going to be a good choice. And as you can see, he's constantly catching fish. He just got through catching that walleye. He's catching shorts. He's catching keepers. He's around a lot of fish. Fish are on the move on this lake big time. I think what happens is when you have a lake that has a lot of algae bloom in it, fish are on the move to go find clean water somewhere. They get a little irritated. They're like, hey, let's move. Let's go find some clean water. So I think there's a couple things happening is that the fish are definitely moving a lot. For example, Luke, let's expand on this a little bit more. We're talking about bridges being a key point, migratory route, but we heard mentioned like Keith Carson has the magical tree, right? They got it. It's reloading like every 20, whatever. I'm just throwing it. It seems to be reloading within a short period of time. He can leave it alone for 15, 20 minutes, comes back, another bass on the move, stops and takes residence there, and he pulls up and he catches it. Same thing with his bridges. He's doing the same exact thing. Fish are on the move. They're feeling a little bit, I feel like they're feeling a little bit irritated with the algae bloom, and the guys that are sitting on these hardcover areas or like bigs with bridges are catching a lot of fish.
Let's go check in with Timmy Reams, who was working that Double D Wacky Worm program earlier today. Looks to still be on the residential docks that we've seen so much of today.
Get that bait caster out of your hand, boy. Oh. That a boy. Pick up that spinning rod. There you go.
You're really tired of these guys sucking up to you. Brown nosers.
Proud of you, Rusty.
You just call him Rusty? I think you did. And I thought that was just some
Rusty?
sentimental nickname you had for Timmy Reams, but I'm calling him Rusty for the rest of the year.
Why did I say Rusty? Sorry, Timmy.
Rusty Reams here with the spinning rod. No offense to Timmy. I like Rusty better.
Oh.
That's a good one there. That's a really good one there.
Yeah.
That's a keeper. Keeper. I knew it. I knew it.
Maybe Rusty is a character he plays when he hooks fish.
He's playing Takahiro More right now. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it'd be a keeper.
Come here.
That is a good.
5 on it. 5.
Making me proud.
I can tell it's getting late in the broadcast when even the anglers start drifting off, singing.
Do some calling, son.
Let's do it. Yes.
Rusty Reams does sound like a great country artist, though. I will say that, Dudley.
He's going to give me.
Yeah, you're going to hear about that
Yes.
at the weigh-in.
I gotta take a minute and redo my line. 2 more, man. I call out them little small, or that little smallmouth and that little largemouth. And we'd be good. I think. I need to look at my fish and see which one's small. I think that's 5. Pretty sure that's 5.
Never took your Luke Duncan timeout.
I know. I need to.
Unofficial. Official.
I will do that right now. As soon as I get done time. Oh, I love that bite, man. Feel that loop. Well, that didn't work. That wasn't a very good tie. Now the question comes into play. I gotta look at the weather. Since I caught that one there, I caught another good one about that same size. It was actually a little bit bigger probably in practice. So I know there's quality fish down through here. So now, are you serious? Tied the freaking wrong end of it. So now the question comes into play. Do I save some fish? You know what I mean? Because of the wind. So I gotta look at the wind real quick and see what the weather's supposed to do. Because I have other docks I can run to fish today. But if it's a
Coming around to Richard Cooper. He has been steady on the boat docks all day. A lot of times with these docks, he's fishing fairly fast, and a lot of these docks are removable docks. You're always going to have the tires that are on these docks to get them out there, and if you're looking at the dock, you got a platform. Of course, that platform is going to create a lot of shade. you're going to have your walkways, but typically on these removable docks, the tire sections are always going to hold the fish. It's always a high percentage shot with the tire wherever the tires are at. Richard is giving these docks probably on average 4 to 5 flips per dock, depending on the size dock. And a lot of times in dock fishing, you've got to know when to fold them, know when to hold them, right? So a lot of these docks is managing your time, how much time to give each one of these docks. I've always said he who fishes the most docks always wins. That is, if you can understand where they're at on the dock. Once you get zoned in to where you're repeatedly getting bites, that's when you can go on a tear fishing these docks. Like, you can almost call your shot on where they're going to be. The flatter the dock, the less predictable they get. The deeper the dock, they're always going to get a lot more predictable on the deeper docks. And just trying to figure out where they're positioned at on a dock throughout the course of a day. They could be on the back walkways in the morning and then end up being on the, suspended out underneath the furthest end of the dock. So seeing his speed, seeing what he's doing around the docks is pretty much right on par.
And as we inch closer to our final hour of live coverage here on day 2, Dudley, we're going to take a look at our sponsors that make the NPFL Live possible. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Lake Winnebago here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
Welcome back to Lake Winnebago. Stop number 5 on the National Professional Fishing League. Brought to you by Hero Beverage Company. Let's get a look at Richard Cooper.
See what dock's next?
Timmy Rusty Reams. Still fishing the docks.
Oh, it's got plenty of shade.
A lot of times with these docks, you can look below him and see how shallow that grass is around it. In the morning, he made reference to he needed the sun to get up, and
Watch me catch like a 2-incher.
he said he's predicting it. He called his shot, Luke. Dudley Wacky called his shot. Come on. The next 2 shakes on the next one.
Maybe
You
I'm
got it.
wrong.
1, 2. Dang.
No way. Oh, no, right? That just looks like.
Sometimes I go to a 3-shake method to see.
Oh,
There
yeah,
you
it's-
go. Get him out. Dudley him up.
Oh, yeah! Yeah! Called that one, son! I called that one!
You did.
Ooh! That's a nice upgrade. I'll take that upgrade every day. Boys, the sun's up. They're starting to bite. They're starting to bite.
Nice one, Rusty.
That's right. Rusty. Live action getting you one there, huh? Okay.
Rusty. How did he know about Rusty?
Come on, out and hold.
feel like all these dock owners are going to be like, man, here comes Rusty Reeves in here again. We're not going to have any bass left on these docks when Rusty gets finished.
Then if they try to get after him, they can't find him because it's a false name helping him out.
I mean, they're both like barely freaking.
He needs a handlebar mustache to pull off a name like Rusty Reeves, in my opinion.
I was going to say it's that large.
Is that your guess? You sure might be right. He's definitely. This one's a little bit. We'll see. I mean, I'm going to get rid of it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But for the time being. Runts! 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 But you know what? You know what those runts did? They calm me down. That's what those runts do. They calm me down so then you can catch ones like I just caught. What did you say? You said large one? I think you're right. I do believe you are correct, my friend. It's large now.
Let's check back in with day one leader Keith Carson. He's been able to put quality fish in the boat today, Dudley.
There should be one on that, huh, Luke? Sticking out further than anywhere else.
Keith does not waste any time. Every event we cover him.
Except to retie after every fish.
That's a fact.
And tune his baits. But that's why he catches them the way he does, too. A little bit different look at Keith is actually look like he's in a pocket off of the main lake. He's still in the main lake area, but pretty interesting. He chose not to even go back there. That's how dialed in he is. Even though it looked delicious back there, he's like, man, I'm not even going to poke my boat back up in there. I'm going to stay out here on the main turf. I don't think watching him move, he's power pulling down, getting in an area that he wants to potentially flip at that tree. He's going to spend a lot of time on this tree. He's probably pissed off and mad that boat didn't settle down exactly where he wanted it to be, but there's a certain distance these fish will tolerate and hold to that structure before they get spooked. You see him yo-yoing it. That's once you get it in the spot, he's basically just yo-yoing it in one section, waiting for that fish to possibly move in there, irritate that fish, or whatever it might be. But he definitely sees a lot of potential in this one tree. Where we saw Schilling has just been randomly going down, not randomly, of course not, his choice is not random, but just kind of fishing along the whole bank line, flipping every tree that he just comes to. It's almost like he's just dropped his trolling motor. Carson is a little bit more specific. Like what he's doing here, there's no way I would ever power pull down and flip a tree that much. But what am I saying? I mean, my man's leading a tournament unofficially. And it just wrecks my mind that he would even consider doing that. This is why I love live. And I'm still amazed that he's using a 1 ounce sinker, flipping these trees in a foot of water. A lot of shade is being produced right now, for sure. And as high as that sun is. And tomorrow, I'm a little curious. We got high winds. I need to look up the forecast and see if we're going to have clouds, because that's going to be a big issue. He is definitely picking apart every inch of that cover. If there's a bass there, he is gonna figure out how to catch them for sure.
Dudley, we are headed into the final hour of live coverage here from Lake Winnebago. Day 2, stop number 5 on the NPFL. And we're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from the day. Lots of catching going on the Wisconsin, massive Wisconsin lake, 138,000 acre body of water. Day 1 leader, Keith Carson, picking up where he left off.
Yes!
With his magic tree.
Freaking giant smallie.
flipping up smallmouth Keith Carson, something you don't see every day. Sheldon Collins
having a blast.
Boy, that's going to be a
frog
big
today.
one one day. He is healthy. Just cruising.
Sheldon went to work this morning.
Yeah, altogether
right off
he'd
the
be about
bat.
4 pounds.
He's been steady all day long, making small coals. We're going to take a look now at our unofficial leaderboard. Heading into this last hour of live coverage, and Keith Carson still in control unofficially in first place. Donnie O'Neill in second place. He's been hanging around that top 3 all day long. Sheldon Collins in third. Bryant Smith, Paul Browning, Bass Warrior himself, Luis Fernandez in sixth place. Buck Mallory in seventh. Mark Schilling, William Fletcher, and Luke Schrader, the New Jersey boy, rounding out the top 10. Of course, we like to say it always remains unofficial until these fish arrive back at Menominee Park to the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough, and then we will find out who will roll out on the Lake Winnebago on Showdown Saturday in that top 10 with the best chance to win $50,000 and become champion. Stop number 5.
Told you.
Bryant Smith hooked up.
Told you there was one under there.
That looks like a nice fish.
Oh, the polished turd pays off. Yes. That one will help. That one will help. Man, we've been fishing a ton of docks for the past while now, and the common denominator, I went up the lake. That's almost a 3-pounder. I went up the lake, and the algae bloom got really bad. And I noticed you just get fewer and fewer and fewer bites. And came back down where we started getting bit under the docks, and that's not a small one. Oh no. I did that all wrong.
Brian told me yesterday at the weigh-in he had zero clue how he was going to catch a bass today.
I say he adjusted well.
He did make a huge adjustment.
Let's see. Oh, I screwed that up. Let's see. So here, gonna go on 3. And, but we got back, where the water's a little cleaner, and start getting bit again.
So he's actually weighing on. He may not have been weighing them all day. So the one was through.
There we go. Now we're all dialed in.
What does he have?
Nice. Good 3-pounder. I'll take that.
Before this catch, unofficially had himself at 12 pounds.
On the
Way
polished
live out,
turd
sitting in
of
fourth
a
place.
dock. Yeah. Look at that dock. That thing's beautiful. I love that dock. Probably the best dock on the lake right there. Is there more than one? That was awesome. Look at that thing. Isn't it? That's top quality dock right there. Like, scared to walk on it if you were to. Like you said, you need a tetanus shot if you get near it.
But it had a 3-pounder underneath it.
Man, that could potentially give him 3 pounds if
It's
he
so crazy
called
to
a
me that
2-pounder, you know?
A little bit of water clarity helps that much. I don't know, it might help just me have a little more confidence in it, but whatever it is, it's pretty noticeable. I cannot catch them when there's any algae. We're probably 13 and a half. I always lowball it though. My scale says 13 and a half, so
there we go.
We'll go with that for now.
13 and a half pounds unofficially, heard the man say. Bryant was in third coming into today.
Only problem with
that's going to keep him in contention.
These docks, if the wind blows tomorrow, there's going to be some serious waves on these docks, and I don't think I'll be able to fish them. But we'll catch what we can now, worry about tomorrow.
As Smith fishes the docks, we're going to jump over and check in on Buck Mallory, who made the docks pay off this morning to the tune of a little over 4-pound largemouth. This was something that Buck did a lot of in practice. He said he was shaking a lot of fish off on these docks.
That's a good one too. That's gonna get up in there. Yes, we got 5. Yes. Keeper.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
Don't have to measure that one.
I gotta sit down.
That happened so fast I almost missed it.
Yeah, I don't know why I checked him. I'm gonna tell you, for anybody watching, this little 2 1/4 pounder just saved my day. Literally saved my day. Not even 2 1/4 pounds, but you know what? He's over 2. That puts us at 13 pounds today. That's gonna save our butt, boys. Saving it. God, thank you, Lord. Whew.
13 pounds, that's another solid day for Buck. He weighed in over 14 yesterday. There's going to be a few guys right there around that 27, 28, 29 pound range.
There it is.
For 2 days.
Just in case I do have a chance to call.
And that's on pace.
Get cold out.
From everything we've seen. You know, Carson
think,
said
bud?
it at 15 yesterday, but you got to think
Feels
that
good to have
14
5,
to
he
15
says.
pound
You
a
know
day
what?
average is what's
For
going
the
to
folks
take
at
the trip.
home, I'm going to update my little live app here. See what it's shaking out to be. I'd like to take a second to breathe and do this because I've been stressing. Ooh. In all this excitement, I'd like to take a second and thank to everybody that's watching back home. Friends, family, co-workers, business people that I know. It really, really means a lot, and this is quite the experience here. 2.18. Say 2.5. That should be close enough. That puts us on this app at 13 even. This says it's a little heavier than that, so we might be sandbagging a little bit, but we got 5. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. Thank you, God. Boy, I threw up there and I saw that line start swimming and I was like, don't mess this one up. You need this one so bad. I sat there and let him have it. I'm like, please don't drop it. Please don't drop it. When I stuck him, I'm like, oh, I got him. And I boat flipped that fish because I thought I had him really good.
Yeah, he went flying past me so fast I couldn't even find him in the camera.
Well, I don't know if they saw it when I unhooked him, but I had him skin hooked. That was a dumb move. I almost lost that fish because I was too excited. Whew. How you guys doing today? Fantastic. Couldn't be better. Well,
going to put Buck unofficially
that's a
in
lie.
second
I could be
place
better, but we're
behind
happy
Keith
right
Carson.
now. If I find me about another 4-pounder, I'm going to be really happy.
Buck clearly fired up, Dudley. I was talking with him at the weigh-in yesterday, and I told him, following all of our anglers on social media, leading into tournaments, you've got several different types of guys, some that talk about how bad practice is going, some guys that say practice is going great, but then they don't put up in the tournament necessarily.
You want to throw out any names?
No, I'm not going to do that at all.
Do you know anybody like that?
The entire week, Buck on Instagram has been, man, I can't wait for game day. Man, I can't wait for even the first day of practice. And I was talking with him. I said, man, I've noticed that you've just been overwhelmingly positive all week. And he said, man, I came over here, I put in my time pre-fishing, and I found a couple of areas that on the first day of practice still had fish. From when I put in my homework, he said, that's where I caught them today. And he was just all but giddy. He's like, this reminds me of home. Several of my home lakes, Gun Lake in Michigan was a lake he compared Winnebago to. And he said, man, this is what I like to do, and I can't wait to get back out there. So I'm proud it's working out for Buck Mallory all the way to second place unofficially. This one's going to be too close to call until about 3:15 tomorrow afternoon. I mean, truly, this is the closest tournament we've had all year with the leaders.
No doubt.
You got no idea how much better I feel right now. It's like about a 600-pound gorilla just got off my chest. And I got this stupid cheesy smile going on because I know
He's definitely flipping a jig, for sure.
like mathematically, I don't know this for sure because obviously crazy things happen in fishing, but like doing the math, like this easy, simple math, I'm not going to be out of the top 10 now. So, and I really wanted to keep a cameraman for tomorrow, and I really want to make a run at this thing, and I have to be in that top 10 to even have a chance.
Dudley, we're in the final hour here of almost 45 minutes left of live coverage. Of course, you can check out the weigh-in starting at 3 p.m. with Big Al McCullough, the drive-through weigh-in, where all these unofficial weights become official. If you're in the Oshkosh, Wisconsin area, the Appleton, Wisconsin area, you're going to want to check it out for yourself in person down at Menominee Park. We are going to take one of our last few commercial breaks here, Dudley. Say thanks to the fine sponsors that make the National Professional Fishing League possible. We'll see you on the other side for the last 45 minutes of live action from Lake Winnebago.
Bay Area, Sacramento is huge.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Otherwise, I'm on a plane to California. Right. Good luck finding me.
And we are back. Stop number 5, Lake Winnebago. The National Professional Fishing League presented by Hero Beverage Company.
Man, it's been going really, really well for me. Couldn't have asked for a much better afternoon. You know, my creek thing, like I thought, I only got 1 out of it, and that was about it. You know, we had one other little blow up that didn't even try to eat it, just kind of wanted it out of its area. Did my Thule thing, caught 1 keeper there, and you know, honestly I didn't have a lot of confidence in the docks after yesterday because I did it for quite a while and it didn't happen for me. But I think I was doing it in the wrong areas. I actually came to the southeast part of the Winnebago here, and you know, in practice I'd fished a stretch kind of on a little point, had some current, and the water was really clear. And I got bites like immediately. And then I went around the corner and it got, you know, there was some algae in the water and water was a little more dirtied up, and I didn't get bites. So I went back there today. You know, I didn't fish it yesterday because I didn't know if I already had a pretty good bag after the morning. There's a good one right there. There's 2 good ones. Oh, I just spooked them. They're just cruising around. What are you guys doing? That looked like a 2 to 3 pounder. There's 2 right there.
From Brian Smith, working that dock pattern that he threw a change up today, decided to get out of the frog canal that he caught him in yesterday. Caught 1 decent fish there this morning. Made the change to docks. It's worked out for him, but another angler of ours that's working a completely different pattern, Keith Carson, our day 1 leader, fishing trees on the main lake. Keith,
come on, 1 more 3 pounder, please. 1 more.
It's really going to be a battle, Dudley, on Showdown Saturday between several of our anglers. We've seen that today. Really tight weight-wise up towards the top, just like it'll be at the check cut. But one of our anglers that we've watched today got off to a fast and furious start on day 2 today. He also did that on day 1, Sheldon Collings. And we're getting word that Sheldon is having mechanical issues. He made a very long run, and he's having mechanical issues that could impact his live well and the overall health of his fish. Of course, at the National Professional Fishing League, our fish care penalty is extreme compared to other tournament trails. It is a 1 pound penalty per fish if you do not bring them into the weigh-in alive. So all these anglers, they care about the resource. They do all they can to take care of their bass all day long, but Sheldon has had a unfortunate mechanical issue, and I believe we're going to hear from Sheldon now on what's going on out there on the water at Lake Winnebago.
All right, guys, so it's 1 o'clock. I'm doing it 4. Today was awesome. Man, I don't know how to say it, but pretty much all my fish died. Had about 13 and a half pounds. I'm like an hour and a half from the ramp. I've been fishing some really, really thick stuff, and the live well I had my fish in, the aerator got clogged up and pretty much killed all of them. I've got 2 that, you know, they're almost dead, but they're still lively. But I was just wanting to do this little interview while it was on my mind, and I made a statement that I don't know if anyone other in production heard, but it was out of the heat of the moment, and I apologize for that. I was going to try to get away with having some dead fish, and Karma would have came back and bit me, and I couldn't have done it. It was a heat of the moment deal. Me and my cameraman, we were tossing ideas back and forth on what to do and what we can't do or what we can do, and yeah, so I mean, a lot of hard work's put into this sport and fishing tournaments, and when something like this happens, it sucks. We can't call dead fish, which that's a pretty good rule. And we do everything we can to keep these fish alive, but when they die, they die. You can't give them mouth to mouth and bring them back. So we're just gonna put our way on back, and hopefully I can save the 2. And they're both pretty good ones, probably 3-pounders a piece. But the other 3, they're pretty much done for. I got G-Juice from Cortland Williams. Thanks for that. And I'm just hoping that maybe they kind of come back, but the chances are looking pretty slim. But just wanting to let everybody know that's been watching. My phone's been going nuts, but it was a good morning. Caught a lot of fish, but it's an unfortunate thing that happened, but it did, and there's nothing I can do about it. It wasn't my boat's fault. It wasn't my fault. Just, it happens. So that's about it.
Unfortunate right there. Sheldon Collins, he is due a win. He's been out this, even though he's a young man, he's been out at the sport of professional bass fishing for a very long time. And this morning you really got the feeling that it was all starting to come together for him, Dudley, for this to be his first victory. And you heard it right there from him. Potentially 3 of his 5 fish already deceased. Cannot cull a dead fish, so that's 3 pounds off his estimated 13.5 pounds. If the other 2 were to die an hour and a half back right, he could have a 5-pound penalty.
Possibly he could. For sure 2 of them he feels pretty confident with. The other 3 he says are close, but that doesn't. When you put that G-Juice in there, it does. I had a whole live well that if you would have, said, Dudley, are these dead or alive? I would have said they all dead, and then I put G-Juice in it just because, like they're completely dead. I put G-Juice in it and filled it back up with live wells. I forgot to put my switch to fill the live wells up. Took off, went 10 minutes. 20-minute ride, got there, they're deader than the hammer, put G-Juice in, put water in. All 5 came upright, swimming like they'd never been hurt before. So 2 are for sure pretty good, and he said the 3, they wasn't quite dead yet. So, but either way, if any of them die, it's in a northern fit detrimental.
Yes.
Yeah, absolute detrimental.
This is going to come down to ounces tomorrow on Showdown Saturday. A pound we saw guys, so Sheldon had right at 14 pounds. We saw guys with 12.5 pounds. Only a pound and a half off, down in the 30s yesterday, 20s and 30s.
I will say this, and this is called boat maintenance, and it's a no-brainer. But every 6 months, when I'm in, when I get my boat for the year, I don't care if my aerator pumps were working. I changed them out. I changed them out. It's not worth the $40 that you're going to spend for 2 pumps to take a risk on $50,000, right? So if it did go bad, right, during a 50, it could potentially, and I'm not saying Shelton didn't do it, but I'm just saying that in a 5-bass format, if you're fishing that, if you're listening today and you haven't changed them in a year, just go ahead and spend $40 because it's worth its weight in gold not to go through this stress that he's going through.
He's been around heavy vegetation all day as well, which can clog up your pumps, can burn up a pump. You just never know what could have happened. Unfortunate.
One of the worst things that happens to pumps is, and this goes along for bilge pumps, when you cut that tag line off of your lure, and it might be 3 or 4 inches, when that little tag line goes down through a hard rain and goes down through your drain, and then it makes it back to that bilge pump, those little tags that you bite off or your crankbait or your drop shot, those little tag ends will destroy a pump, so be careful about that. Either way, he's got G-Juice in it. He's headed back.
Doing all he can.
He's doing everything he can. He knows
sure
how valuable it is.
And the biggest thing is, we want to reiterate, taking care of the resource. It's not about making money. It's not about the penalty as much as it is releasing these fish back into Lake Winnebago. And every single one of our pros utilize TH Marine products, oxygenators, G-Juice, conservation coals, things like that. It's unfortunate, but we wish Sheldon the best of luck, and hopefully he gets them back 5 alive, and he'll be in the mix on Showdown Saturday. Now I'm getting word that the big cat is out on the water still chasing around our anglers, and he called up with Ryan Chandler, the Indiana angler who on the Way Live app has been making some noise today. Let's hear it from Fat Cat Newton out on Lake Winnebago.
All right, folks, here we are. We made a move, man. We were running and gunning, bebopping and flip-flopping all day long. Now we're in Fox. We took a little shortcut, a little canal that's no wake on the weekends, but you can let the hammer down during the week. So we come on up through there. We get up here on the Fox, and it's 5 o'clock somewhere because these boys are out and about getting an early start on the weekend. Look at them. Look, hammer down, boy. They are out and about, and they're just getting started. So come tomorrow, Saturday, they're going to be all over the place. The river's going to be chock full of pleasure boaters enjoying this nice weather like Ryan Chandler. Ryan Chandler's had a great tournament. He's got about 15 pounds in that fully loaded live well. He's already got him in there. All he's doing around now is throwing out top water, hog hunting, trying to get that good kicker fish. But he said he's dialed in for tomorrow, like a lot of these guys are trying to get dialed in for the weekend here on Lake Winnebago. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, man. I cannot wait to see how it goes. It's going to be big water, big bags. It's going to be a big day for Showdown Saturday.
I feel like at some point, Dudley, this week with all the partying that goes on at Winnebago, we're going to see the big cat like in a cigarette boat, pontoon boat, behind a wakeboard boat, potentially in a Speedo.
He's going to be somewhere
Fat Cat.
in a boat, beat-bopping and beat-bop, whatever he said.
Beat-boxing and flip-flopping?
Yeah, he's going – when those boat wakes start going there, you're going to watch him dancing in front of that boat, beat-bopping, flip-flopping, and boat-hopping and all that stuff. It's going to be a treat watching him tomorrow.
Fat Cat always putting in the hard work out there. The team of Mudhole, Fat Cat, and Wombat.
Wow.
Dudley, it just
he didn't even get tongue twisted on that one.
One of the worst boy bands in history right there. Back over to Bobby Lanham.
He's doing it old D. Thomas and Basil Bacon style. Look at that. Showing
Old
her age
school
on
flipping.
that.
You notice, though, in the background, Bobby's still close to this highway.
Yes. Our life is a highway, and those bass want to ride it all night long.
Bobby Wood going back to the spinnerbait.
I'm sure.
From Lanham over to James Biggs. Angler that he shared water with early this morning. They're both in that same area.
Yes, 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 yes. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one I need. If it's a bass. Oh yeah, it's a largemouth. That's a good largemouth. Good largemouth. And Cole, that'll be a good call. Come on, baby, in the boat, in the boat, in the boat. Stay pinned for me, baby. Stay pinned. That's a call. That's a good call. That's a good call.
Surprised not seeing as much square billing.
Number three.
These, crankbait.
Number three is that squeaker I need to get rid of. It's a good call. Now, I'm in good shape. Yes, sir. Hey, boss. Oh. Yeah. Gosh, that makes me feel
Left
good.
him hanging at first, left the cameraman hanging out there, but comes back for redemption. I like it. I was a little worried about that for a second. Biggs did not update the Way Live app right there.
I'm going to say that was probably a 3/4 pound call. He threw
Unofficially,
back a
before
keeper.
that, Biggs was in 13th place.
Just want to get the boat back off of it a little more.
Biggs, the police of Luke Duncan.
Better. Yeah. That's all I want to do is get that boat off it a little more.
All you need to do is update it so Luke doesn't
I'm a
have
believer
heart
as these
attack.
fish get pressured, staying off of them like this can be big. Thank you, Lord. Updating.
There he goes.
Oh, no. Okay. Gosh, that's big. That fish was so critical because I did not want to bring that one in that was that close. It's a good one.
Biggs hooked up again.
Smallmouth? Oh gosh. I don't know what I got here. Drum. Ah. Wrong kind, folks.
So we've seen a walleye from bigs today, drum, smallmouth, largemouth.
Wrong kind.
What is he? Is he throwing a drop shot?
Biggs.
I'll take it.
Back over to Keith Carson, day one leader.
Little guy. That won't do anything.
Carson has not moved around a lot today, Dudley.
No, he hasn't.
Little guy. Oops. Need him bigger than that.
I think watching Keith stay around in this area today, I gotta believe that he's got backup areas in the back of his backup areas playing the wind or whatever it may be. He's one of the best at the game of playing your cards right, and I'm a little bit, shocked that he's beaten this area up as much as he has, but in the back of his mind, he might be knowing it's going to be blowing due west and that's going to be trashed anyway. So he's got backup plan B, C, D, E, F, G. So he's got his
fingers
plans.
are so cut from these fish.
Between the alphabet and the counting today with Keith Carson, we are
educated.
Dialed in.
Educated.
Dialed in.
Educated.
No, it's their mouth. They have tiny teeth, and it's just like it's like a rough sandpaper. But when you catch a bunch of them, when you're getting 10 bites a day or so, or however much. Ooh, he had it. Same thing that happened last time. As soon as we pulled up, they're swimming off with it. They just sometimes they just don't get it. Guess they just grab it by the pinchers or something,
From Carson, we're going to check in with Texas angler Mark Schilling. It's had a great day so far.
Little different scenery for Mark.
See at Menominee Park. Hooked up. Man, that was right on the bank.
Right on the bank at a patch of weeds where it went from first patch of weeds, clean bank to weeds. Dang.
Not going to help. He's got a good bag.
Dang. He'd been staying out there on that main lake, you know, the whole time, just like Keith. I think we got a little bit of sandbagging going on with him also, but
Schilling unofficially in 9th place.
Cool.
11 pounds 9 ounces is what Mark is estimating he's got right now. Weighed in a little over 12 pounds yesterday.
Up on that bank. Someone else tried to catch that fish. Did a little cleaning up at the park.
what is Schilling doing? Changing his line?
Out of the tree. Went home. We did our cleanup for the day. Make sure and with that, no drug. What's that, buddy?
Be careful with your bilge pumps and don't get anything in there.
Oh, yeah.
Any tackle, you know? One of the top guys' life tanks are done. The aerators are done.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
We could lose some fish.
Drop shot.
Gonna go check in with Brian Smith now. Out on the main lake dock pattern we've seen him on most of the day. Trying to close out his day with one more upgrade. Stay in the hunt for Showdown Saturday.
Autopilot.
He's adjusted very well today, I would say. You know, coming into this morning, he told you, yeah, look, Luke.
Not confident.
Like, yeah, I basically caught all residential fish. I'm done. Like, you know, but him being able to fight through the mentalness of not having nothing to having a good day, you know, dropping back and saying, hey, I don't have much going on. You can always catch fish on docks, as we see here.
That one.
I caught one. Been a while.
Not going to help Brian there. And while Brian looks for his final call, we're going to take a final look at the sponsors for the National Professional Fishing League. We'll see you on the other side to close out day number 2 here at Lake Winnebago, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to you all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
Dudley, day 2 was full of excitement. Tons of fish catches, starting off the morning with Sheldon Collins just absolutely going ham on him on a frog. Something we expected to see coming in, frog, swim jig, some of the shallow vegetation. But then Keith Carson mining those trees to stay on top of the leaderboard unofficially. No surprises there, of course, with Keith. But we have to talk about this drama, I feel like, because now we do have a shakeup. It's been a tournament full of that. David Gasson zeroing in the AOI race yesterday to flip-flop, but we really thought that Sheldon Collins was going to be in the mix tomorrow for potentially his first big win of his career. Headed back early, could have dead fish. It's 1 pound per fish. He estimates he has 3 fish that aren't doing well, so that could be a 3-pound penalty. Could take him completely out of contention tomorrow. Of course, Keith Carson, right around the same weight he had yesterday. I think that's fair to say. With a lot of fishing time left, we leave you guys here shortly. The guys don't start checking in until 2:30 or 3 p.m. So who you got tomorrow? I think that's –
I'm still sticking with my guns of Keith Carson. He's consistently catching – the quality of fish that it takes to win in this tournament. We're seeing a lot of fish catches in the grass, a lot of fish catches throughout the docks, but that main lake, that main section of Winnebago is where the bigger concentrations of quality fish are at. I'm going to have to stick with him, but I still believe, Shelton, these fish could make it. I talked about that earlier. He's stopped and got G-Juice. He's taken every precaution. He backfilled his boat, guys. If you don't know much about that, backfilling pushes fresh water in. So if you ever have a pump go bad, you can always do it. He's taken extra precautions. So hopefully these fish are going to come through. If they don't, he's out. I'm going to probably say he's out. But one of the big curveballs tomorrow, Luke, we got to talk about this also. A lot of Schilling. Schilling has got a tremendous bag, too. I feel like he's got a lot of quality fish. We've seen Schilling on the main lake. We've seen Carson on the main lake and a couple other guys who are mixing it in with some main lake docks. You throw in some wind. You throw in some cruiser wakes. You throw in wakeboard wakes. You throw in the little fleas out there with the sea-doos. That's going to cause a lot of disturbance. And think about this. Keith Carson, he's only fishing a foot, 1 foot of water. You put whoosh, that wind and everything could shake it up. Do you see a big shake-up coming tomorrow? Are the consistent 13-pound bags going to far exceed the 15-pound bags that we're seeing in Winnebago?
I feel like it's going to be a shootout regardless. I am not committing to that right now because we've seen great quality from up in the river and the lake. I just think that it's too early to call, but we're going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard as we wind down this day 2 coverage, and no change on the top so far. Keith Carson refusing to give away that lead, and what a cool storyline there. Could be a 2-time champion. We could have two-time champions in our inaugural season. It's hard to wrap our heads around that. But look right here. Second place, Paul Browning making a late-day charge. Unofficially second place, Michigan's Buck Mallory holding on to that third-place spot. We saw Buck with a fish over 4 pounds this morning, which they're gold on this body of water. He said he had a lot of those bites here pre-fishing and in practice. Donnie O'Neill, Sheldon Collings, Bryant Smith, Luis Fernandez, Jeff Barth, one of our local favorites. We haven't seen his name all day long, unofficially holding down the 8th place spot. Brandon Perkins, the winner of stop number 4, sliding in the top 10, and Mark Schilling rounding out our unofficial top 10. You want to make sure to tune in tomorrow for all the live coverage here from Winnebago on Showdown Saturday, because one thing is for sure, it is going to come down to the wire. We had a blowout at Pickwick. Brandon Perkins had a huge lead going into that last day, but we are not going to have that situation. You're going to want to make sure to tune in. You're going to want to watch that drive-through weigh-in that starts at 3 p.m. on TNPFL.com to see all these unofficial weights become official. And then you're going to want to, if you're in the area, you're going to want to come out to Hero Day. Dudley kicks off 10 a.m. in the morning. Some really cool things going to go on at Menominee Park, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. But Dudley and I, we will see all of you in the morning to kick off Showdown Saturday. Stop number 5 here, the National Professional Fishing League, Lake Winnebago. Somebody is going to take home $50,000 tomorrow and a beautiful trophy. But more importantly, the title of champion of stop number 5. We will see y'all on Showdown Saturday.
As soon as it hit the water. Oh, no, that's not y'all. Big old small. Yeah, he can make it long and skinny. But we'll take number 1. Good. Small. Oh, hard mouth. That's the size that's in that hole. Yes! Freaking giant smallie. Oh my God, get a bass, get a bass, that's a big boy. Oh, son, look at that one. He wanted the weird looking shad. Oh my God, that's a giant.
He looked a lot bigger than that. I told you I'd have that problem.
Goodness, dude. Oh my God, that's a giant. Dude. That's it. Oh, another one ate it. Stay on. Stay on, please. Yeah, big smallie. What do you know about? Got him. Yes! Yes!